Hey, everybody. Oh, welcome on in to Dusty Book. No, not Dusty Book Sniffers. We're in Darvanalee Designs Studio. It's one of those days. I don't know where I am. All right. So welcome on in to Darvanalee Designs Studio. And if you're watching on Twitch, it's also Dusty Book Sniffers over there as well. So anyway, welcome on in, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. We are here for the next few hours. We're finishing about 1:30 my time, so about 5 hours time we'll be finishing. We're going to get some serious stitching in today. So grab your stitching that you're going to be working on or your craft of choice. We're doing reverse sprints here. For those that don't know what reverse sprints is, we chit-chat while we're crafting and then we'll have a 15-minute break. So yeah, they're doing it. We do 45-minute sprints where we're just focusing on our craft and all the things, and then we will, when we say all the things, because let's face it, we have the attention spans of gnats sometimes. So anyway, we are going to be doing some crafting today. We're going to do 45-minute sessions, then we'll have a 15-minute break. A banner will go up on the bottom saying we'll be back at a particular time. It'll be Australian Eastern Standard Time, so whatever time that is at your place. And then we'll come back and we'll do that over and over again until we finish up around 1:30, 2 o'clock, and then we'll be heading, you can head over to Saluna's channel, Saluna Shelves, where they will be doing some reading sprints this afternoon. And then I'm ducking off to Spotlight because Savannah wants me to pick some backing for my quilt that she's making me. And then I'm going to head off and spend some time with my husband this afternoon. And this evening, we've got a nice dinner planned, some, vegetables and all the, like veggies, zucchini, broccoli, all that sort of stuff. And then we've got a little pork taco type dish. So basically you flatten out the mince that you've got, and we make one for two of us because they're quite big, and you flatten it out into a disc, and then on half of it you put some cream cheese, filling of your choice. So we've got tomato, capsicum in ours, and then you put a little bit of mozzarella cheese, and then you bring the other half over and fold it like a taco, and then you bake it in the air fryer. Like you crumb it and then bake it in the air fryer, and it's delicious. However, the other day we picked up some herbs and we thought it was pepper, garlic, herb and pepper. Turned out it was garlic, herb and salt, and they were just a tad bit salty. So we're going to take the crumb off it because it was in the crumb. So we're going to take the crumb off it, and we've still got that. But we're going to have some zucchini and all that sort of stuff. Really nice flavor, smell and everything, but just a little bit too salty with that. So I'm working on, so that's what my dinner is tonight. So if anybody was wondering. We pre-cooked that the other day, but we've got to do the vegetables and stuff tonight. So we'll probably have some potatoes, zucchini, broccoli, beans, something like that. Whatever's in the fridge, basically. But right now it is coffee time. I am going to be talking today, but I do still have a sore throat. I don't know what's going on with that. It's not going away. It doesn't matter how much I take, like honey and lemon and all the things that you take for that Limsip, all the things. It's still really sore. I woke up really dry throat the other day when I was over at Brennan's on the weekend from the heater, and I swallowed before drinking something, and I think that I may have just aggravated my throat again, and that's what's sore, because it's right at the top of the throat where I swallow, not down where I normally get it. So yeah, so if I go a bit croaky, that's why. I will put the music on in just a moment, so we've got that in the background, and if we have some quiet moments, we'll still have that ambiance there. So let me take that surround. That sounds all right, doesn't it? I just took the surround sound off. Hopefully you can still hear me okay. It says that it's registering my voice and whatnot. So yeah. Let me just get to the media assets, and we'll come down here and we'll go into, which one do we want? I think this one. Yeah. All right, we'll bring that down a bit so you can still hear me. About there, I think. Yeah, there we go. All right, so we've got that happening, and I'm working on Humming of the Bees today. If that music is too loud over my voice, let me know. I can turn that down a little bit more, but it's just good to have that noise in the background, and so if it's quiet, people know that we're still here and whatnot. So I'm working on Humming of the Bees. This is where I'm at. I'm going to be working on these two things today. I'm going to try and get this border done, so I've got a lot of stops and starts with this one. And the same with this one down here. So I'll be doing waist knots, pin stitches, and all the things that go with doing the stop and starts. Ugh, I hate stop and starts. If it was all one color, it wouldn't be so bad, but I don't want to jump. Okay, because this is going to get framed and put up on the wall, possibly. But when you frame it, you'll be able to see those jump threads because they're dark and it's a light fabric. So we don't want to do that. So I will be doing pin stitches. I'll probably do waist knots to start and pin stitches to finish. So you can see here we've got a waist knot just hanging out there. But last time we worked on this, I finished off the letters and I got the crown done. And I got to the corner over here. You can see there I got to the corner. So this is coming down now. And so I've got to do a little bit more of that to get it down to this, to the bottom of the Q-snap. I want to finish all this off. And I think I've got a little bit of this zigzag still to do to get it to close to the border, which you can see here. It's really, it goes right to the border. So I've got to do a bit of that. And then I think we'll be ready to move it. And then I can put this all in and move it down, and we can start working back on the house. And we're down to almost to the bottom of page 1, okay, which is down here. So I've done to, I can't really see it, but I think I've done to these 2 pink ones here. Part of the beehive and those leaves are still on page 1. So I've still got a little bit of the house to do. I'm at the top of the windows right now. So I've still got to come down a little bit on the house. And then I've got the motif between the chimneys. I've got the date, which I'm just going to do the 2, and then I'll wait until I'm finish it before I put the 6. It may not get finished till next year, so the 7. So that's why I'm not going to put the second part of the date. And then I've got these little motifs. So I'll get everything that I can get done down to the bottom of page 1. So I should, by all means of accounts, when I get to the bottom of page, down here, I should be at the bottom of the windows when I move it, and then I'll be able to work on the bottom half. So the plan is going forward from today, every morning I need to get up and I need to do 30 minutes on this. So whether that be on sprints or whatever, but I need to do 30 minutes a day on this. So I'm going to be getting stuck into this and making sure that this is finished and off the Q-snap. So when I get to September, it's done. So yeah, so that's what I've got to do. There's a lot of stitching still to go, but like I've done a fair chunk of the house. I haven't done the Smyrna crosses yet in the riff. I haven't filled that in yet. I'm a bit scared, but I'll do it. It was inspiration from this one. This was the original vintage one that they had. It was done by Elizabeth Nuns. This was their sampler, and it was the inspiration piece for the Humming of the Bees. The Humming of the Bees is done by Blackbird Designs. It came out in 2022. And this was from South Walsham in the county of Norfolk. But that has not been 100% confirmed. At the time of this sampler going public, the Humming of the Bees one, it had been 183 years old, this sampler was. So yeah, and there's a smaller version of it, so you can see. The original piece was stitched on 36 count. I am on 32 count, so mine is slightly bigger. So the higher the count of the fabric, the smaller the piece will be. Stitching piece. So the sampler size that is in the picture, for those that are wondering, there's people out there. We're using Classic Colorworks, Gentle Art samplers, and Weeks Dye Works are the threads that we used in the original sampler. The design size is 234 stitches wide by 189 stitches high. The fabric is 36 count. It's called Velt, VELDT, and it's by Picture This Plus. This is a company that is based in the US. And the sampler size is 13 inches by 10.5 inches. I do not know what that is. And the design was stitched, this picture here was stitched by Alma Allen, who I believe is part of Blackbird Designs. So yeah, so that is all the information that I have about it. The colors that were used were Apple Cider in the original one, were Apple Cider by Gentle Arts, Weeks Dye Works Caper, Gentle Arc Cedar Mill, Classic Colourworks Colonial Rose. They also have the DMC colours as well, which are I won't go into. We have Weeks Dye Works Corn Silk, Weeks Dye Works Dove. Gentle Arts for the next two is Harvest Basket and Old Hickory. Classic Colourworks Pine Needles, which is a green. Weeks Dye Works for the next four is Putty, Sage, Snickleberry, Tarragon, and then Gentle Arts Tin Bucket and Classic Colourworks Used Brick, which is the house. Those last two. However, I have done a little bit of switcheroo because I did not have all those colours in my stash. However, I did have those threads in my stash, but I have actually swapped things out. So the colours that I am using are gingerbread in place of apple cider. I have had caper, which is Weeks Dye Works. If I can get it in, there we go. There you go. You can see my conversion in here, just off to the center. I don't want to show the chart at all. So Cedar Mill Brown, I'm using oilcloth, which is by Weeks Dye Works. So I swapped out Gentle Arts for that. I didn't have a lot of Gentle Arts. I also swapped out Colonial Rose for Tennessee Red. They were so close in color that I could do that. So I'm using Tennessee Red, which is a Classic Colourworks. Weeks Dye Works, Corn Silk and Dove I had, so I've got them there. Harvest Basket by Gentle Arts I changed out for Straw by Weeks Dye Works. Old Hickory by Gentle Arts, I swapped it out for Trail Dust by Weeks Dye Works. I didn't have Pine Needles, so I went with Green Garrison by Weeks Dye Works. Same colour, literally the same colour. So yeah, a slight variation in the green, but it's the darkish green. So very close. Sage and Taupe are very close in colour as well, so I swapped out that Sage for Taupe. Nicole, I think is how you pronounce it. I changed that out for Curry by Weeks Dye Works. Tarragon, I left the same. I don't know why I crossed that out, but I left the same because I've got it. I think I didn't have it at one stage, and then I had some. Tin Bucket, I changed for Blackboard by Weeks Dye Works because it's black. It was a blackish color with a hint of green in it, but the Blackboard sort of had a similar vibe to it. And I took out Classic Colourworks Used Brick. I took that out and changed it for Baked Apple for the house. So I put there that's for the house, and then I'm also using it for the flowers. And Red Rocks is what I'm using for the flowers on the border on that. So yeah, the red rocks. Oh, did I say rocks? I meant flowers or whatever. But anyway, Red Rock I think is the color I'm using on there on the border. So yeah, so that's what I do in my charts for anybody that was wondering. So yeah, so that's all the swapping out. The colors that I have now are very similar. Let me get the picture up. So that is the picture of the house. So you can see those colors are quite similar to the ones that I've got. Some are slightly darker, some are slightly lighter, but this is the color palette that we have. It's a little bit of a bird's nest at the moment. I've got a needle in there, just got to watch that so I don't hurt myself on that one. Let me just pull that out. Sometimes I just stick them in there. So yeah, so we've got a few colors in here that are different but the same. That's not part of it. I don't know where you come from. Picks up everything. I picked it up off the other piece that I was working on because I set them on top of each other. But you can see that there's some really pretty colors in there that we've got. So I'm really happy with it. It looks really good on the fabric that I have hand dyed myself. So yeah, I did this. This is called Sand, and it's one that I hand dyed myself. All right, so that's the nitty gritties of. I'm not on camera today because I'm not up to being on camera today. I'm not feeling that crash hot, and yeah, so I just thought, you know what, we're not going to worry about camera today. So yeah, so that's what it's looking like so far. So as I said, we're going to work this top border first, so I'll move it down a little bit further, then we're going to go onto this border, and of course we're going to do this side border. So that should get us ready to move. If I can get all that done today, then I can move it today, and then start doing the motifs down near the house and continue on there. So I don't know whether I'll be able to get it to go all the way down, but I can give it a red hot go for sure. All right, let's have a look and say hello to our friends that have joined us today. Good morning, Christina. Again, how are you? July is the time for journey. Create and share, like and subscribe, and hydrate and stretch and share in the Discord. And this is the Discord. It's called the Crafters Emporium. You can go in there and see what we're all up to. Makers Quest 2026 is this is the playlist for the for all the things that go on with sprints. We've got lots of bookish people. We've got myself who's craft and bookish, because we do a lot of things, not just read, and you can come and hang out with a lot of different creators. It's a lot of fun. Good morning, Monica. Welcome on in. Still not 100%, so working from home today, but we'll try to sneak in some knitting where I can. Nicely done. Selena's also here. Hello, friendos. How are we? Hey-o, friendos. There's like a song coming on. How are you today, Selena? Welcome on in. Thank you for being here. What is everybody working on? Do let me know in the comments down below. Toya's also here as well. Hello, hello. All the hellos are going backwards and forwards. Just finished Smell a Spell Maker. Nice. That's both books, right? Cool. Awesome. So you're ready for the chat. I better get my finger out and work on that tomorrow too. Hello, Pearls. Welcome on in. Still trying to decide what I will be doing. That's fair. Pearls is working on the what? The Nubbleton I'm making for a 12th birthday. What is that? Molly's also here as well. Do explain what that is. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here, Molly. How are you today? What are you working on? Are you doing some coloring, creating? What are you doing? Chrissy is here. Chrissy's also stitching what I am stitching. I'm working on cross stitch today, a small primrose cottage piece and Humming of the Bees as well. Yeah, Chrissy and I have started this together, and we're trying to finish it by the end of September. So we need all the encouragement we can. I may even start just coming in and just turning the camera on in the morning to keep myself accountable before I go to sprints, and maybe do 30 minutes, half an hour, whatever the case may be. Still thinking about that, because I'm leaving this computer set up out here, and if I can do that, it's just a point of moving the microphone and the camera, and just do some faceless content for a bit on that, and help me spur me on a little bit. Hey, Chrissy, Amuli, and Pearl. Pearl says hello to Christina as well, and also I'm not feeling sick as such. I've just got a really scratchy throat. If it's not better by next week, I think I'll just go down to the doctors and get them to check it out and make sure that nothing nefarious is going on, because I don't have tonsils. So when I do get a sore throat, it can turn into pharyngitis apparently, and that's when I start to lose my voice and all that sort of thing. And that I have had that in the past, and that's usually when I've got to take some antibiotics, and I don't like to take antibiotics. So I'm going to get some on the way to Brendan's today. I'm going to stop and get some fresh ginger and garlic and some fresh lemons. And then I'm just going to make my vampire tea and see if that, and it's called vampire tea because basically you crush 2 cloves of garlic, a knob of ginger, fresh lemon, and then you top it with some honey and hot water. And I didn't have any of that ingredients here. I only had garlic and jar ginger, and it doesn't work. It doesn't hit the same. But that kills anything that I've got. So I'm hoping to get that this afternoon. Yay for Spotlight. They have some lovely wide backs in the last few years. Yeah, this one is, I can't show it yet because she made a mistake in it, so she's got to pick it and I'll show it. So she's made me, when we went down, when it opened up, she found some fabrics that she really liked, and she was going to make herself a quilt. And then she got enough, I didn't know at the time, but she got enough to make a quilt for me as well. And so she's making me a quilt. It's the first quilt that she's ever made me do, so that's exciting. So I'm excited for her, but she put the last 2 rows on wrong, so she's got to unpick them and that. But it happens. Hello, Brianna. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here. All the hellos are coming in to Christina, Kiani, Toya, Molly, Chrissy, Pearl, and friends are finishing the last hour of work, and then I'll switch to working on my journal. Nicely done. Well, we're here for a few hours, so you can come and hang out here and get your journal done. We do reverse sprints here, so you can comment as much as you want in the comments, and we chit chat, and then we have 15-minute breaks. Go make a cuppa, get a snack, whatever the case may be. So yeah. Hey there to Brianna from Pearls, and Kathy's joining us from Wisconsin today. Hello, welcome on in. Thank you for being here. It's a German knit. Oh, okay. I figured it was German. Like, I got that much. I didn't know what it was though. But yeah, do send me a picture. I would love to see it. Thank you very much, pal. On that. Hello to Kathy from Pearl as well. Yep, both books. Look at you go. No reading there. Boom, 2 books done. That's awesome. Kathy says I'm working on the Sweet Santa ornament, cross stitch, hands-on designs. I also quilted a table runner today. Nice. What else have you been working on? Because you're quite a busy little craft at times. So yeah, nice. I love hands-on design stuff. They're good. They're a lot of them are really quick as well, and the finishes that Kathy does is pretty amazing as well. I'm pretty sure that's Kathy. Yeah, that's her name, right? From Hands On Design. So yeah. Hello to Pearls and plot twist, says Kathy. Right now, craft area is being used cutting fabric for son's ornaments. Nice. And Christina says hello to Brianna. All right, well, we're going to get stuck straight into some stitching. Oh look, this is the story of my life, Kathy. You're in good company here. Always behind on the crafting stuff, always behind. I have to catch up on all the book club books. I have Raven Scholar still to read, and from 2 different book clubs. Yeah, you've also got our book club as well. Have you read that yet? So yeah, or is Cud still hogging the book? So yeah. All right, we are going to do a 45-minute thing. So I'm going to get my timer. It'll just be my phone that I'm using. I'm going to set the timer for 45 minutes. We're going to stitch. You can comment as much as you want. Then we will have a 15-minute break. All right, so I've started that. And let's get into the stitching, shall we? And I've got some stuff to show you in the next one when we come back from our break. We'll have a little bit of a chat then as well. So yeah, I will show you what I got. I did show it last week, but the video from last week has been unlisted, so you can't actually watch it anymore. And it got unlisted because I got a phone call and I was quite upset, and no one needs to see that ugly crying. It wasn't ugly crying, but I got quite upset, and so yeah, it's all been sorted now and whatnot. So yeah. All good. And Monique has just popped in just in time for us to start. What are you working on today? You're going to do some colouring or something along those lines? All right, just making sure that you can see everything. Let me just move on over here a little bit. Okay, and we'll bring it down a bit, and I can definitely stitch from there. Right. Okay. The what was it? When the Moon Hatched. You've still got to read that, don't you? So yeah, all right, let me just get my little chart here and make sure that I've got everything going. And I'm pretty sure that can go over there because I don't need that. All right, let me grab my glasses. What have I done? I've done these 2. All right, and I've got my pencil here. Yes, I do. Awesome. So I can cross those off. Yeah, you do have to read that one. Let me just drop my glasses on the ground, my magnifiers. Let me pop them up there, and let me just cross these 2 off because I've done those. All right, now I need to work out what I'm doing. All right, I'm doing Tennessee Clay Red for 1. And I'm doing oilcloth for the other, is it? Yeah. All right, okay, so let me find my colours. So we've got Tennessee Clay Red, that's that one, and oilcloth was the other one. Pull that off, and then I can sort through these. 12 oilcloth, there it is, and I don't need to pull that off because it already has some there, and I don't think I'm doing too much of oilcloth on this one. I think that's the only one. Awesome. Okay. I still have some leaves and stuff to do as well. Like there is still a fair bit to do on that border. So yeah, I've got this little bit here. That should be enough to do this flower here, so I don't need to string any more off. Yeah. Christina's just saying hello to Monique. I'm asleep. Hi, Christina. Oh yeah, I do. I forgot about that. You know, the BookTube Coven, the book club that you're in, that you help hosting. But I figured you knew about that one. Yes, I did. No. So, but once I started, I will read it until it's done. Awesome. All right, I'm going to add the comments to the stage down here, so I can see. Maybe is it going to be in the way? No, that'll be fine. Right. All right. The next thing I need to do is open up my iPad because I need to go to the YubiTubi on here. Do I have it on here? I mustn't have it on here. Thought I did. I'll do that in the next break, just so I can read the comments and that from where I'm sitting, because they are a little bit small for me. All right, so I need, I've got my counting thread there. I've got needle there, sorry, a pin. I'll know what it is in a minute. And I've just got to find my scissors. There. That's my little scissors. And where is my... Okay, now some stuff has gone walking somewhere. There it is. Got to sort that pile of rubble out. I've got a whole heap of stuff that threads that are just like, yeah, they've just got to be sorted out. It's a bit of a hot mess in my little kit over here. So I'm just moving that a bit closer. Not that you can see, so, but I've got my little threader there. Got my scissors. All right, I think I'm ready to go. All right, so I just need a needle now, and then we'll be good to go. All right, and we're going to start on this little one down here. I'm going to just take my little thing off. So I have a little charm that hangs off my needle threader. So I have this little charm so I can find it, because these always go walkabout. So I hang a little charm in the little hole off it, but it catches on your threads and stuff, so you can't always have it on there while you're working with it. Sometimes I do, but it just depends what thread I'm working with. All right. So I normally do waist knots and pin stitches and all that sort of thing. So you'll see a lot of waist knots come up into it. So how many do I have to... Right. A bit of stuff in the background there. Sorry, just moving stuff around. So with the waist knot, it's just going to bury the thread, and then that way I don't have to flip my work over. Now that thread is buried. So I haven't really done much crafting this week. I was away over the weekend, so I didn't take anything with me. I didn't really have time to anyway. And I was working with Brendan on Monday. And so I haven't really done much. I have finished, I had 3 books that were still on the go from the readathon that we had been doing. Let me just hold this over because it's a bit big. And so I have now, I've now finished all of those. and I've still got maybe 50 pages, not all of them. I've got 50 pages left of Northanger Abbey, and then that'll be done, which I'll finish off at some stage today. So that was good. I finished off a poetry and another one. What was the other one that I had on the gingerbread bakery from the Dream Harbour series. I finished that off as well. That's so cute. I've got one more book left in that series to finish it off, and I started another romance one called Knock 'Em Out, I think it is, series, and I started that last night, and I got to page 100 with that, and then I promptly went to sleep because I went to do stuff for the book club, and I couldn't do anything because my internet was being super sketchy. I couldn't get web pages to open up or anything like that. Like, I could go there and I had internet slightly, so I was a bit concerned whether I was going to be able to get on here today. But it just, nothing would open. Like, I could go to the website was there, it'd open up, and then everything would be just not even there, if that makes sense. So I ended up just giving up, and I'm sort of savouring Northanger Abbey a little bit because it's my favourite book. As long as I've got it finished by the end of July for Jane Austen July, I'll be good. So yeah, and I just love it. I think my favourite scene in Northanger Abbey is where Catherine and Henry are heading towards the Abbey, and she's very excited about going to an Abbey because it's the first time that she's been staying at one, and so she's super excited about it, and then he starts saying all the things that like could go wrong, like all the ghostly stories, and she's like so enthralled by what he's saying, and he's talking like saying it so fastly, like with conviction and everything. It's one of my favorite scenes that plays out in the book, and every time I get there I can just see her, like the image that comes to mind is Catherine just staring at Henry as he's talking in almost shock and awe by what he's saying, and then that little niggling fear starting to come up, and because he's saying it like a ghost story sort of thing, and so I just love that scene, and I forgot because I haven't read it for a few years, and I forgot how annoying Thorpe is. Ugh. He's so presumptuous. Like the fact that he sent his sister, like in one of the scenes, he sends his sister to tell her that they're as good as engaged, and like she's like, Catherine's like, I don't think so. And it was just like so odd on that, but it's just like the audacity of him, like seriously, sir. I know it's a book and it's fiction, but all the things. All right, so I only have this one to do in this color, so I'm just going to pin stitch to finish this. So I basically stitch up one hole and go into the center hole that would normally be hidden by a thread, and then I go down, and then I come do my normal stitch for across the top so you can't see it. Then I come up between them and I go down in that center stitch again. And I'll do the same over here and go down in that center stitch again. And there we have a finished stitch, and then I come up and I snip it. There we go. I think I might have clipped that thread I did. Yeah. You've got to be careful not to get that top thread. Sometimes I get it, but it's fine. It's fine. In the scheme of things, it's fine. It's not going to come undone or anything like that. All right, the next color that I'm going to be working with is a single color again. Really? I'm just going to work with the red one. Baked apple. Yeah, I think I'm just going to do baked apple for the rest of them. But it's not quite. Oh, okay. All right, you convinced me. I hate it when it's just one. Tennessee red. All right. Okay, fine. Yes, I am talking to my stitching chart. Oh, yes, I've gone crazy. I know. It's so weird because it's just one. It's just one. But I'm going to double the thread over this one, I think, because it is just one. I might have to order some more Tennessee red because I'm pretty sure there's some more of this. I've only got a few more strands of it. And I checked the other day, I don't have any more in my stash. So I'm going to probably have to order another lot of it. So I've got it. I don't know which big one I'm going to work on next to get finished. I don't know. It's a hard one because I've got so many. I might have to go through it and just pick one out and know that that's the... I mean, I'll probably in October just work on Halloween stuff because I'm pretty sure I've got a couple of Halloween stuff, ones that are nearly ready to be finished, like they're pretty close. And so if I work on those, I might bring Spooktober back. What do you reckon? Bring Spooktober back for this year so we can get some of our Halloween stuff, but not start stuff, just finish stuff. That would be good. I reckon that would be good. Indeed. Because I've got a ton of Halloween stuff that I could work on for sure. I think I've got about 12, maybe 13 Halloween things. I could probably endeavor to unpick. I could unpick. Where's my scissors? What do with those? Halloween Quaker. Would unpick the bit that I've got to unpick in that and get that done in October because there's not much left to do on that. So yeah, I could do that. I don't know. I'll make a plan and see how we go. I do have traveling coming up as well, so I can't commit to too much. But I can commit to some things. So yeah. The good thing about doing these little flowers is they're all exactly the same. So you don't have to look at the chart. You just got to pick your color and then you can just go for it. I do like that. But as I said, I've still got leaves. There's leaves to do. There's little petal things off the side. Like, I don't know what they are, but yeah, there's those things to do as well. When I first started this chart, I agonized over whether just to get the colors. And then I thought, you know what, I'm just going to do a comparison and see what I've got here and use my stash instead of grabbing more stuff. And I'm glad I did because I think I like these colors a lot better. I mean, the other colors are beautiful, but some of them were just, I don't know, a little bit similar, whereas one seemed to have got a really good variegation in the ones that I used. Especially like these ones here, you can see there's a nice variegation. This is the same color, but see how it's got different variegation in it. I really like that about those particular ones. So yeah, because some of the other ones didn't have a lot of variegation, so you may as well just use DMC. Because these flosses that I'm using right now, they're still cotton, they're still stranded threads, but they're over dyed. And they're more expensive. So rather than them be, well, I don't know what it is in the States, but here I think we pay $1.50 for our skeiner thread, maybe $1.60 for our threads. So, but these ones here are, they're $4.95. and Gentle Arts are around the $4.95, I think. No, actually, they're a little bit more expensive. I think they're around the $6 mark. It just depends where you get them from, I guess. But yeah, it can, when you start doing big projects and that, and they've got a lot of this sort of stuff, it can get quite pricey. But I had these because I did some shopping at the Fat Quarter shop, and they had like primitive kits and stuff, and they were good value for money, like at the time, because the dollar value here was really good, and so it was almost dollar for dollar. And so basically I grabbed a heap of them because they came in the packs and they were all color coded and stuff like that. So each month I was grabbing some, and I ended up with a nice little stash of them. So I was able to use that stash to do this particular one. There's been other ones where I've actually bought the kit where it's come with the threads as well from the Fat Quarter shop, but I don't buy any of it now because I've got enough, because you don't necessarily use everything from it either. Oops, I was supposed to pin stitch that. Let me makeshift it and weave it instead. So yeah, so I just thought, you know what, I'm just going to use my stash, and I've been doing that a lot. Back when I first started out, I sort of would get kits and stuff, so I had all the floss. But now I just sort of, yeah, I just do whatever I can with what I've got. I've got a lot of kits here, so I don't really need to buy too much stuff in the way of, you know, fabrics for things and whatnot, which is good. Makes life easier. You can just do it, especially considering we didn't have a craft store here either, but now we've got Spotlight, which is absolutely amazing. All right, so the next lot are all the same color, and that is until we get to, no, they're all the same color right to the end. Wow. Okay, I don't know why she did that. Did different colors and then just did all the same. That's interesting. The color that I'm using is Baked Apple that's the same color as the house. So it's sort of a reddish sort of color. It's actually quite a nice color. I don't mind it. That one there. It's like a brick color. So yeah, I thought I had one open. I think I do. That's not an open one because I grabbed a couple of extra. Aha, I did. There's one open already. I'm going to open a new one. I grabbed a couple of extra because I didn't know how much I was going to need for the house. And I'm glad I did, because they only had a couple in stock, and I would have hit a standstill until they got more stock in. So yeah. A bit of a bird's nest happening on there. See? Gotta get that. I put it on. I normally put a little hole off to the side. I didn't do it on this one for some reason. I must have been in a rush to pack it up. Silly, silly, silly. Yeah, because I don't put these back into my stash, and I don't bobbin these. I just leave them on the little tabs that they come in. If the tab breaks, then I've got a friend of mine that I go stitching with. Her brother, I think it was doing some 3D stuff and made me. Well, I think I've got some here actually. Let me just have a look. Hopefully my microphone doesn't get disconnected. All this stuff everywhere. Got my crochet in the way, that's what the problem is. So you can still hear me, let me know. So these, I can put these onto the onto these cute little floss drops. So basically, on these, I can write so they're like a iridescent. So I can put the little slip onto that, so the DMC can go onto that, and then the ones that I'm working with, I can hang off this, and then the main floss hangs on this, and then I've got them on a ring. So I haven't used, I've had them here for a while, but most of my stuff was already kitted up. But when I start something new, I'll be using these on that. So I've got a heap of them. I've got some spares as well. I got them really cheap from there, so yeah. And of course they're purple. They have to be purple. But yeah, I'll probably use them when I go away. If I take a project with me. So yeah. I think the most annoying thing about having to change colors all the time is actually having to rethread, especially if you don't have, like, if it's only one. You know, like this one here, I've only done one little flower with it, and then this one only one. Oh, I missed this one back here as well. What's that supposed to be? Well, that's this one here. Is that right? Yeah, I'll do another this color again. And I've got one here too, which is, actually I might do it that color, because there's a one here and one here that I need to do. I don't think you see that. There's one flower I've got to do over here, and then this color here. So I might just do those two in that color and be done. Because I don't have much oilcloth left either. I'm sort of just, I mean, you can just change it up. It doesn't matter. The colors are still there. You just change it up to what you need it to be, right? On that, what you've got. And that's the whole point of using your stash, yeah? Right. At least I'm using the same color now. Yeah, so I think that's what I might do. I might do Spooktober again this year, and that way we can get some of our Halloweeny stuff done. I might, in the next couple of days, go through and see what I've got, and get a whole heap of projects that I want to work on, and see if I can't get some stuff finished. I might just pull out 3 and Halloween Quaker, and then that way it won't be overwhelming, and I can just rotate through them. Like on 1 week work on that, and then go from there. Do you know what I mean? And then rotate and see if that works for me. Whatnot. So yeah. Monica says it's lunchtime, sneaking in some knitting. Awesome. Hello to Monique. Jean is at writing group. We'll be back later though. Nice. Enjoy your writing group. Thanks for popping by, Jean. I appreciate that. It is so cold here today. I'm thinking I might, in the break, grab a blanket to throw over my legs, because I'm sitting here like actually shivering. It's ridiculous. I might also get the heater from in the library and bring it out and sit it under the table. I did that last time when it was really cold, and it actually kept me quite warm. So I think I might do that. That might be a good idea in the first break, which we still have 17 minutes before we go to our first break. So last week, which are the video that got unlisted, I showed what I got. I talked about the other week, a couple of weeks ago, that I was shopping on Shein and I had got a couple of embroidery kits. So I will show you those again, because as I said, I unlisted that video and you can't see it. So they are so cute. I can't wait to start them. And I was quite surprised at the kit that it comes with everything you need. It gives you the color matching and all that sort of stuff as well. But the hoop is a really good quality hoop. Like, I was quite surprised. I was just expecting, those bamboo hoops that we get, the cheapy ones, but it's actually a plastic tongue and groove. So yeah, I'm pretty happy about that. Like, they are not cheapy. I think the last time I checked out a price for the tongue and groove ones, they were like around $10. Paid $5.24 for the whole kit. No, I was pretty happy with my little purchase. So I've just got to get a Highland cow now because I want to do that for Neroli, so she can hang it up in her new house. She'll probably check it out, but anyway, she likes Highland cows. She's not a she's a crafty person, but she doesn't display crafts or anything like that. But I sort of want to make it for her for housewarming. So she likes Highland cows. She thinks they're adorable. There was a kit that I was going to get while I was over in England, but I couldn't get it. It was at Botany Threads, but they don't actually have a storefront, which I was quite surprised. I thought they did. I think that once upon a time they did. I think COVID might have canned it for them, but yeah, I couldn't get it. So I'm like, oh, okay. And I never did order it online either because I couldn't find it. So I just didn't worry about it in the end. And then I found these. I thought these are cute. It's a little bit smaller. Something she can hang on her door or something like that. And I found a kit. A friend gave me a kit for a wall hanging, a macrame wall hanging. I found that the other day, and I've pulled it out. So I'm going to try and get that started as well and finished, so I can hang it up. Probably hang it in the diamond painting room on the door that's in there because I've got a cupboard door in there. I made a little bit more progress on my on my affinity scarf. I'll probably do a little bit more of that later today as well. I like it. I pick it up when I want to. I'm not in any rush to do it either. No, which is good. So I can just cruise along and do it at my own pace. I made some more progress on my sunny top as well. Not as much as I would have liked to, but it's like with anything. If it's finished this summer, it's finished this summer. If it's not, I don't actually care because it's not a top that will go out of fashion because it's like a batwing type top. So it's not going to go out of fashion anytime soon. Like when you do these like big charts, you look at them and go, yeah, that looks easy enough to do. You don't realize how many stitches are actually in each piece that you're doing. Like, just these little flower heads right here, they have, what was that, 9, 5, 4, yeah, so 9, 10, 11. They have 11, 15, 17 stitches in each one. 8 and 8. 1, 4 is 8, 5 is, yeah, 17 stitches in each one, and you don't realize like each one of those, and these had 10 stitches in them, these little bits have 6 stitches in them, and when you look at the chart you don't realize. It's almost like you've bitten off more than you can chew in many cases. So yeah, I've just got to make the time to, like when it's summer, it's a lot easier. The sun comes up earlier. I'm a more productive person in summer than I am in winter, and I should be a little bit gentler on myself in the winter months because I know that I'm not a very motivated person. I like to just snuggle down and get warm, almost to the point of hibernation, because it's just the way I've always been. So I need to be a little bit more kinder to myself, like I'm not going to gravitate to a place where it's cold. So yeah, and sit there and be chilly, like I'm also not going to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning when it's like 2 degrees, to do crafts. So, yeah. So I just have to remind myself that, these are not the months that you're super productive, all that sort of stuff. But I need to start formulating some of those. Go into. There we go. That'll work better. That looks like a box. Went into the wrong hole, so it was looking a little bit weird as I was going to do the leg of that cross. We'll be working on the wool felt sampler, the wool felt cushion that I'm doing, sorry, again this week. So be sure to subscribe to the channel, and then that way you will know when I'm going live. It'll be another live stream. So that's working for me right now. And we do that on Saturday morning, my Saturday morning, so Friday night for anybody else that's not in Australia or New Zealand. And I don't go for very long on those ones. I usually do, last week I did 2 hours. I usually do between an hour and 2 hours Most times it's around the hour and a half. On that, sometimes it might be right on the hour. It just depends what other commitments I've got and whatnot. So yeah, it all depends on the life that's happening around me. But I do not know what time. I haven't scheduled this week's yet, so I've got to check my calendars and everything, make sure that I'm not going to be overlapping with anything. I'm getting excited. We're almost ready to start on the bottom part of that cushion. So I'm just got to get some more stitches in. I reckon we'll be moving it within the next week or two, because I only work on that on the Saturday morning because it's part of a series. Sometimes I've worked it on a Thursday as well, but it's rare. I've gone to open up my whips a couple of times, and I've opened them and then I've closed them again. No. So yeah. Huh. I'm not stressing about them. There's stuff that I can do. There'll be a couple of little ones that I can take with me when I travel. So I'm going to just take a small bag of stuff to do that while I'm having my coffee in the morning. And we're still not sure what dates we're going to be traveling and stuff yet. So yeah, so I'm going to just make sure that I've got my little bag that I can take. Limited room in a van, so I can't take heaps of stuff. I can take this frame and but most of it I'll probably just do in hand. Because once upon a time I used to actually stitch in hand. I never used to do it in a hoop or a Q-snap. When I first started, I used to do it all in hand on that because it was a lot easier because I didn't have a lot of stuff. Jessica Weiss popped in and says, hello. I am hiding for a few minutes before I have to go up to the top house. Yeah, that's understandable. A bit hectic there still, hun. So yeah, I understand that. I think I'll probably pull out a couple of little small charts that I've got that are close to finishing and a couple that are just I've only just started, and that'll give me a good mix and will give me some finishes as well. So yeah, we're going to Brennan's really looking forward to it as well as I am as well. So just that we've been doing so much for everybody else for like so long. I mean that's part of parcel being a parent and whatnot, but we're getting to the end of that. Like Savannah's almost finished uni. She's only got like 5 months to go, and not even, because most of that time she's not even in uni. And then Neralee's all set up in her job and whatnot, and moving forward with purchasing a house. So the roof has gone onto that now. So yeah, so it's all happening, and we're building the van so we can do a bit of traveling. We won't be gone all the time, but we're planning on, like we might be hit back for a couple of weeks, and then it'll be just like, oh, come on, let's go, and we'll just jump in the van and go somewhere. It might only be for a couple of days, might be for a week, but just having that freedom to do that, now that the kids are all sorted, which is fantastic, makes me happy. And we had, like, when we got back from England, we didn't realize how much we actually enjoyed it. We've never been one to just, do holidays and all that sort of stuff, but um, it was actually really good. We just enjoyed it, just moving at our own pace and doing our own thing, not having to answer to anybody. It's great. But we're going to look at see what sort of car shows are on and stuff like that, so we can go and do some stuff too, not just go and lounge around for weeks on end, and all that sort of stuff. Oh, okay, yeah, I will. What's going on? I've got a 15-minute break coming up, so yeah. I think Lexi's mass first cursed at this point. We need a whip parade. Pull them whips out. Yeah, I will. That's what I was going to do. I think that's what I will do. I will pull them out and have a look and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. All right. Well, we did all right in that one. We got all these. We talked a bit and we got all them done. So we should get the rest of the flowers done in the next one. And then I can start on the leaves because the alarm's about to go off in 30 seconds. So, yeah. Oh, that's awesome. That's bad, but that's awesome at the same time. Just Kiwi on that. So, because it sort of needs to happen, right? All right, so the alarm has gone off. That is the end of the first crafty little sprinty. As I said, these are reverse sprints, so we talk through them, and now we're going to have a 15-minute silent break. So let me just get to the banner. Do I not have it anymore? Oh, that's changed it. Let me edit this one and be right back. Some time. What's that? 10:25 a.m. AEST. All right. Where's my mouse? Let me add, show that there. And we will be back in 15 minutes. So enjoy the quiet time, and I will see you in 15. And I'll show you the little kits that I got, which is super cute. All right. Hello, we are back. All right, we're going to be getting into our next crafty session. We're going to be doing another 45-minute session in just a moment, but I did well in that. I managed to put a load of washing on, made 2 egg and cheese tortillas on the stove, soaked some dishes, and also remade my coffee. Got out here, finished my breakfast, and and now enjoying my cup of coffee while it's still warm, which is amazing because it is so freaking cold here today. It has not moved past 12 degrees. It was like, actually, it was 11 degrees when I started, so it hasn't done much. But I wanted to show you the little charts that I got. I'm not affiliated with them or anything like that. So let me just move this out of the way without breaking everything. Right, come on, what are you doing? Move out of the way. Right, let me just move all that. All right, that's a lovely shot, isn't it? Let me just move this back a bit. There we go, and come down. I'll have to readjust, obviously. All right, so let me go. There we go. As you can see, it's a bit of a hot mess here. All right, so I showed these last week, but there wasn't many people here last week, but the ones that were here have already seen them. So I got these off Shein. So they're so cute, like a little owl, and I got a little fox. And they're like a 3D style, like they're very raised, the embroidery. So they use thicker threads and stuff like that. So, yeah, like I really like the look of them. And I don't have to necessarily use like 6 threads or anything like that. I think most of them have got 2, maybe 3 threads. So I'm looking forward to doing them. But I'm not going to open them all, but I'll show you what they come with because I've already opened the fox one. Sorry about the rustling. So that's the stencil that it comes with. I keep in that. So this is wherever there's color there, that's where thread's going to be. And you can see, let me just pull this out so you can see it a bit better without the plastic on it. They are very much using long and short stitch to make it look furry. Sorry about the rustling. I know some people really hate that over here. They always get upset about it. So yeah, but that's what it looks like. So you can see a little bit closer. See how it's got that like furry look to it? So it's, from what I can see, it's using long and short stitch. And then around the outside, they've used like a stem stitch or something along those lines. It comes with all the floss that you need, and some of it is very bright. It comes with some needles, and it also tells it's got a bit of so for use for filling the leaves, petals, color blocks to create a smooth flat surface, use long and short stitch. So that's for the oh no, how they've worded it is quite weird. Okay, so back stitch is for outlining. We've got a running stitch in here as well, which that's also for lines and contours, so curves and stuff. And use it for outlines, fine details, or as a base for filling. And then the outline stitch is there. So that's, again, a bit like, it's like back stitch, but it's not. It sort of goes beside each other. It doesn't go in with a hole, whereas back stitch does. So it goes like, you go in and then you come out. It's hard to explain without showing you and that in verbal wise. Then you've got satin stitch, then you've got long and short stitch, you've got some French knots, you've got lazy daisies, and then you've got chain stitch as well, and then you've got fly stitch. And then when you're doing woven rows or anything like that, you're doing that there, and that makes it feel a little bit more raised, and you generally use more than 2 threads. But that's what we're going to be using. So on these ones here, they're just using that, what do they call it, outline stitch. So that's an outline. It's also gone around the outside of the fox as well. However, it's not around the leaves or anything. So yeah, I think there's like, it's super cute. Most of it is like long and short stitch in the fox, and there's a lot of satin stitch, which you're using here. You can make it a little bit flatter, and you can see they've added the detail in by using the back stitch or the outline stitch. which is essentially, so it's a outline stitch is a back stitch, except you don't go into the hole where the last back stitch is, you go beside it, and so it gives it that sort of look there. So you can see it looks like it's just off center a little bit. That's what the outline stitch looks like. You can probably see it a bit better on this one here, and also on the outline of the fox there. So if I bring it up close enough and it focuses that way, you can see how it doesn't go into the hole where the other stitch is. It goes just beside it, and it gives it that staggered look. So yeah, so, and all this washes away. So they're using, I'd say that they're using CXC thread, which is the equivalent to DMC, but they are the colors that I'll be using. And you've also got a color chart down here as well on that. But yeah, I think that most of it will just be done with 2 strands, so there'll be plenty there. But I think with this one here, I might actually swap it out, because when I looked at the color for it, where is it? It's 946, and it's a little bit deeper color, so you can see there, like if I run out, that's actually going to change the color. So I'll have a look at the area that's getting done, so you can see that's completely different. Like, that's more fluoro than this. So whether they've made a mistake when they put it in there, I don't know. And I think I prefer this color over the bright orange. Let me bring it up. You can just see it. So when I hit that light on it, see how it's completely different? So yeah, I think that I will change it out for that one. So because I have that floss here, and I'll probably look at the other ones and see how much floss is there for each one, and then I will work it out. So I'm going to leave that in there, because the one next to it, okay, this is, so that is the color that they say. So in the kit it says the color. Okay, so that is number 1 on the card. So when you look at the cards, it actually gives you the number 1, okay, and then the floss color, and then down here, that, even that one, this one's closer to it, which is 947. So even that doesn't match it either. And I'm looking, and I can't see anything that matches this, except for maybe even this one is a bit brighter. Even that one doesn't really match it either. So I don't know, like, it doesn't match up with any of the DMC colors, so I'm not too sure. Maybe it's an anchor color, I don't know, but I'm definitely going to swap it out. And that's 947. The one that I'm going to swap it out for is 946. I like it a bit better. It's a bit more foxy, more it's got that more earthy red, earthy orange color to it. So that's what I'm going to swap it out for. So, and I reckon I'd need a full skein of it for sure, maybe even 2. But it comes with needles as well. It comes with 2 needles, and they're quite sturdy needles. And it comes with this tongue and groove hoop, which is plastic. And I've got this in there now, and it's sounding like a drum. So, yeah. So, and wherever there's, like, I can do the outline and stuff, I know from the picture, but they've pretty much got it what it's supposed to be. So they've got this one as white, so you know to put it as a white. I think you see, just see it in there, but it does actually highlight it a bit. And it looks like that they've used more than just 2 strands. It actually looks like they've used 3, maybe even 4 strands of floss. So that leads me to believe that so the tail and that I'd probably do as 4 strands, and then the body I'd probably do as 3 strands. So it's not as, like, when I think of a fox, I think the white areas are super fluffy, the red area more smooth. That when I think of a fox in nature. So yeah, so that's what I'm going to do, and all that washes away when we're finished. But I am going to be working on this at some stage on screen, so you'll get to see it done. I'm going to practice with some little stuff, doing my long and short stitches. I mean, for $5, it's okay to practice on these as well. So because I want to get it right on the before I get to the hedgehog, because that's the whole reason that I bought them, is for the hedgehog, because I thought it was super cute. So I've got 3 of those, and I'm thinking that I'm probably going to take them away, but I will open them up before I go, just to check the floss and what I need and stuff like that. And I've got the floss here to swap out. So I'm pretty happy that I've got those now. And as I said, I want to get a Highland cow as well. So let me just bring back my frame. We'll get that back on there. And we'll just change that a bit. And get down a little bit closer. There we go. How's that? How's that looking, everybody? Is that looking all right? I think that's where I need to be. Maybe come a little bit closer to me. Yeah, I think that's cool. All right. The one thing I am going to have to do, though, is actually move my leg of my frame, because that is going to be in the way in the next flower. So I'm just going to move that out. They are super cute, right? And Reese Power has joined us. Hello, how are you? Aloha to you too. Welcome on in. I'm assuming you're watching from Hawaii, considering you said aloha. So yeah, welcome on in. The fox is super cute. I love the fox. I think he's very, very cute. And I showed them to Savannah. I'm like, these would be perfect for your friends that have wanted to get into stitching and stuff, because it's got everything that they need. It's even got the instructions and stuff like that. So I'm going to have next month when I get paid, or at the end of this month, I'm going to have another look and maybe grab a few more kits, because they're nice and cheap. And that way I can, I'll have a little stash there. So yeah, that'd be good. Hey, all right. We've talked for a little bit. We've had a break, and now we're going to get into our next 45-minute sprinty poo. So make sure that you've got your crafting out and you get stuck into your craft and see how much you can done in 45 minutes. So yeah, my hands are freezing. If anybody's asking how much stitching I'm going to get, I'm going to end up being frozen like this by the end of the day. So we're just going to keep working on these flowers today. I could probably move all this now because I don't really need that to count. Oh, no, I'm really happy with how this is turning out. It's turning out so nice. Need my specs on. I think that they're going to be fun. I've been wanting to do thread painting for a while. I showed you a book a couple of weeks ago. All of the links and everything are in the Facebook group as far as I'm aware. They are not underneath the video. They will be afterwards though. So yeah, I feel like that these are just going to be super cute to work on while I'm away. And not only that, I can take, as I said, I can take this bench top hoop and Q-snap holder, but I don't really want to take Q-snaps. I probably want to just take my hoop attachment, because then it's just easier to do. You can sit on a table and stitch it and I can adjust it. I do have to get a couple of replacement lights that clamp onto it, so I've got lighting for it so I don't strain my eyes. But there's that hoop will fit perfectly in it, so I don't have to get anything extra, and so I can just take it away. As I said, I'll check out the threads and everything before I do that and make sure they're the right color, because I don't want that fluoro in there. I just don't like it at all. So yeah, I may end up just checking out all the colors for it and maybe just swapping them out. And those little colors that I have there, I'll just put away for Mia to use or something like that, because she's been asking me to teach her how to do crafts and whatnot. So yeah, and I said I would teach her how to do some crochet. So I might even teach her how to make some friendship bracelets and stuff as well, because I think we've got loom kits here and everything to do that. So if not, I'll get her a little one and she can learn how to do that, because that'll teach her eye and hand coordination. But she was so cute. She rings me up. She goes, Mima, can you teach me how to crochet? And I'm like, yes, I can, but I cannot teach you over the phone. And she's like, oh. I'm like, sorry, sweetie. But I can teach you when you come up next. When you organise it with Auntie Ray to come up, and that, or Nana. And because we like to do it when they're available to see her as well, rather than me just go and get her and then no one gets to see her, just me. So we sort of work it together. Just realized I did not do that leg. That I did now. Scooted under. I sometimes do that. I miss the leg when I'm counting out. But yeah, I said, yeah, I can't teach it. She's like, she was so disappointed. I'm like, I'm sorry, sweetie. It's not a craft. And then Savannah got on. I'm like, yeah, maybe I can't teach you over the phone, sweetie. It's something that you have to learn in person because there's no way. I've just learned how to do crochet and knitting and stuff. And like she's been doing it for years, but Mia's never seen her do it. So she just said that she's just learned. She goes, and I can't do it over the phone. That it's definitely one that you have to do because she's hit her up and whatnot. So but she's excited because I was talking to her the other day and she's like, I can't wait to come up. So I'm going to make sure I'm going to make a big day of it, like go down. I'm not just going to give her hooks that I've got here. We're going to go down a spotlight. We're going to pick her hook. We're going to pick her yarn, and we'll talk about the different yarns and all that sort of stuff and what will work better for her. And then I'm just going to first of all, I'm going to get her to get some variegated yarn. And then I'm going to teach her how to make a chain scarf because it's just chain, and then that way she'll get used to the momentum. And I'll just grab it and I'll show you what it looks like. Super easy. It was a Jenny King. There's a designer here called Jenny King, and I was at a craft meetup one day and she was doing this. I'll go grab it and I'll show you what it looks like. So this is made with Noro yarn, which I think is a silk blend. Can't think what it was blended with. But all it is you chain the whole. So this is a variegated yarn. So this is a whole ball. I think it was 100-gram ball. And all you do is chain it. So you just do it like when you're starting crochet. So you're just chaining it. And then you just do the whole ball. And then you leave a little bit at the end. And then you wrap it around to create the bit that goes over your neck. And then you've got this whole, and it's in a big circle, so it's an infinity scarf. And yeah, so that's the end of it. So you can see there, they're all the chains are just looped together, so you make a big circle. I used the bottom end of my chair and just wrapped it around it to create the loop. And as you can see, it's just a continuous loop, and then you've got this bit at the end that goes over the back of your neck. And yeah, and it's just all chain. So I'm going to teach you how to do that because that's something that she can work on and work on her tension and stuff. And that's how I learned to chain so quickly. And then it's just, you leave a section of it. You can see there that it's just wrapped, it's come up. So there's the bit that's come up to wrap around, which is not chained. That's just I don't think that's chained. No, it's not. I actually won first prize for this at the local show, but you can see the beautiful colors in it on that. So yeah, it's all just chain, and it's very effective. I'll put it on later, take a picture and put it in the Discord for you to have a look in the Facebook group. Very, very cute on that, but it's an infinity one. So you put it on and it's sort of down past your crotch area. And so it's big enough to just loop over, and it's great in winter and also in summer. It's quite a nice little thing because it's quite cool because it's got silk in it. It's a silk blend. So it's a all seasons one, and it's not overly thick and overly I don't like things that are overly itchy around my neck or tight around my neck either. So that's where I struggle with some just regular scarves. So yeah, so I figured I'd do that. I would teach her how to do that, and then we'll move on to something else, maybe some granny squares, maybe some small granny squares, so she can make, I don't know, maybe 10 centimeter ones, maybe a bit bigger, something that'll be quick to do. But I figured I might even just move on to the flowers, and then she can make some flowers, and then I'll teach her how to make a headband and just progressively move her through. And then eventually she'll be able to do a blanket, granny square blanket or something along those lines. So yeah, but she's very excited to learn that. So I dare say she'll be learning sooner rather than later, but I'm not sure at this stage when. But it was super cute because when I was talking to her the other day, she's like, "Oh, me and my friend, we're creating a crochet business. That's why I want to learn." I'm like, "Oh, okay, that's fine." Chris has come in. Hello, good to see you in your crafty space. And hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. I just had supper. Corn dogs, yum, 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 yum. Can't eat them. Give me heartburn straight away on that. But I'll live vicariously through you for sure. That sounds delicious, though. It does sound delicious. What else do you have with your corn dogs? Do you have like a side salad or anything like that, or just corn dogs and hot chips or something, French fries? Do let us know. All right, I am not planning for a chicken today, so I am going to change my thread in just a moment. My hands are so cold that my fingers are slippery. It's ridiculous. And you can't wear gloves when you're cross-stitching. I do have fingerless gloves somewhere, but I just don't know where they are right now. I used to wear them when I was quilting, because in winter it gets really cold out. As you know, it gets really cold out here. And so when you're at the quilting machine, you're not really doing much with your hands, and they get quite cold and stiff when it's super cold out here. So I do have a nice pair of fingerless gloves somewhere, but I don't know, they might be still in my suitcase from when I went to England. I don't use them that often these days because I'm not doing as much quilting as I used to do. I closed off my books for a bit because I just had way too much stuff coming in and I wasn't keeping up, and I felt like I was letting people down. So I closed off my books. So you have to have been a client in the past to get anything done at the moment. But yeah, I may open the books up in the future again and take on some more clients and whatnot. So we'll just have to wait and see. These days, it's more about just enjoying what I'm doing as opposed to going flat out and not having any time for anything else. There. And that's where the travel is coming into it. I'm actually really excited for Brennan because he's so busy all the time that it feels like, well, I feel like he never gets a moment's peace from his phone. And, you know, like we all know what that's like, right? Where you're just constantly being bombarded by your phone. It just drives you mental after a while. And, so I'm really excited for him to be able to take some time and for himself and do some of the things that he wants to do. But he's pretty keen to travel, and he's not been a traveler before. So it'll be interesting. I think it'll be fine. Like, we had a great time. He didn't get bored the whole time we were away when we went away for a week. And that's a long time for Brendan, who's a bit of a workaholic. And like he was just so relaxed. I don't think I've ever seen him that relaxed. And even just being in the last couple of weeks, he's semi-retired. Like, he's been in the truck all this week, but he's looking to semi-retire. So he's trying to navigate what that's going to look like. Like, when you semi-retire, you're still working, but you're not working as flat out. This week he's been in the truck every day, and just before we went live, I was talking to him. That's why I was a little bit late. And he was saying, I don't know what, I don't know what to do. My back feels good today. And he's also been doing some other work for a mate as well, doing some welding and stuff. And he loves doing that sort of thing. And so, so basically he was sort of at a loss. And I'm like, I'm your boss today. You're not going to work. So, yeah. That's how the conversation ended. I don't know if he's replied or not. So hopefully he's just chilling out, watching some TV. It's very cold outside. He'll get very stiff and sore. And he's back. It sort of came good on the weekend, and it's been okay. He said he was a bit sore on Tuesday, but he said for the most part it's been pretty good all week. So hopefully we've turned a corner on that, because he could barely stand up. He'd go to stand up and he'd have to stop before he could straighten up and have to do it in little increments. And couldn't really bend down or anything like that. So hopefully that has, we've turned a corner on that and he's on the mend. So yeah. And he's had scans and stuff on his back. He's got a lot of damage to his back. He's got the back of a 65-year-old truck driver, not a 50-year-old truck driver. So we sort of discussed it and said, like it's time. Savannah's not in uni anymore at the end of this year. Neralee's pretty much sorted, and my work, I can slow it down and that speed it up at any time, so it's time to start thinking about you doing the same thing. And so that's where we're at, which is really, I'm really happy for him. Like, even if it only lasts for a week or 2 weeks, I'm happy that he's taking a break, because he does throw himself into work and he forgets that he needs to take a break too. You got to breathe every now and again. We all know what men are like. They're a bit stubborn at times. So yeah, but he's looking forward to it. We bought some kayaks last summer. We got them as secondhand kayaks. So we're looking to do a little bit of, kayaking in some river systems and stuff. Obviously not in North Queensland where there are crocodiles, but we're looking forward to doing some of the inland stuff as well. So a little bit of river kayaking and all that sort of thing, and a lot of off-season stuff too. So it's not as hectic with everybody traveling, and we're not doing a caravan. We're doing a van, drivable van. And we've done one video on this channel already where we cleaned it out and whatnot. We do have another video coming. I'm not sure when. We've just got to do a couple of extra bits of filming, and that'll come up. That's a slow series for now. That's just going to pop up every now and again. And we're also just trying to work out when different things are on around the country and where we're going to head to and all that sort of stuff. I'd like to do a little bit of gem fossicking, and Brendan wouldn't mind going back to like Cooper Pedy and doing a little bit of opal fossicking as well. So yeah, we've got some plans, and we've put a few things on the table, and it'll just be what it'll be. So if I see a craft shop, we'll stop and have a look. We see a bookstop, we'll stop and have a look. If he sees a car thing, he'll stop and we'll have a look. And so we're just going to just cruise. So we've been getting CDs together because a lot of places we're going won't have internet access. So it's been good. We've been getting CDs together. I've been downloading the playlists and stuff from YouTube so we can listen to them offline with premium. Yeah, so we've just been doing a lot of prep stuff, and yeah, I'm also downloading my Audible books as well, so Brendan can still listen to Audible books if he wants to. And so we're just getting our little digital libraries together, but we are also looking into getting a what is it Starlink, I think it's called. There's one that you can get that's a transportable one. It's not attached to your house. So it's like, I think it's Starlink Mini or something along those lines. So we're looking at getting that too. So we will have internet. We won't have to rely so much of going into towns or Maccas or whatever the case may be, right? Because most Maccas here have free Wi-Fi, but not every place has a Maccas either. So we've got to be aware of where we're going and whether we're going to have internet access, because apparently we can talk to people on the moon, but we can't get decent phone service and internet service here on Earth. So yeah, don't know what that's about. So, yeah. I feel like if you can talk to someone that's on the moon, like you said you did, and while they're traveling in outer space, I feel like we should be able to get, at the lavender farm, which is 15 minutes away from my house, we should be able to continue our phone calls and not have it drop out. I don't know. Is it just me? Am I expecting too much? So yeah. So there's a few things that we've got to get in place and whatnot. So, but we're both very excited about it. What started it off is we started watching Back to Basics, Strick and Fran. They are a couple that live on their boat and they just travel around Australia and up into Papua New Guinea and East Timor and all those sort of places. And it's all just out on the water. Brendan and I are not that person. We are not boat people. On that, but it got us to thinking that, we had this camper van that we picked up pretty cheap. We hadn't really done anything with it. And it wasn't until I went to we decided that we were going to use it. We were going to go use it in summer to go away for weekends out to the dam, whatever the case may be, because we've got a couple of big dams here in our region that are about an hour and a half away from where we live, and they're great. Like, you can go out there, you can kayak on them. There's boats and stuff that go out on them and whatnot. But it's not in summer, in Christmas holidays, it's hectic as fuck. But during the non-Christmas period, they're a lot quieter out there, so you can get nice seclusion and that, but you've got to pay for it to be out there and that. So we don't want to be doing a lot of stuff where we're spending money to stay in places, right? So we're looking for places that are free camping but are close to like waterways and stuff, so we can do a little bit of swimming and whatnot. And we're also looking at beach places for beach combing and all that as well. So if you don't know what beach combing is, that's where you're sort of just like wandering along the beach, you're just relaxing. You might be collecting shells or whatever, or you're just walking along the beach, right? And so we're thinking of doing it, like mixing it up, doing a little bit of stuff out west, doing a little bit of stuff on the coast, and sort of zigzag our way up to where it then starts becoming croc-infested waters, and then zigzag our way back down again and go to different places, because we'll see things that we want to do along the way and all that sort of thing. So that's sort of what we're going to do. At this point, we're just looking at Queensland. But there will be times where we'll go different places as well. So we're looking forward to it. And we're not four-wheel drive people either, but we've been watching these four-wheel drive people. It's called 24/7, four-wheel drive 24/7. Oh my God. If you want to see what our country is like in the wet season, you should go and watch that channel, because oh my God, what those lads had to get through. And like the whole time, okay, so we have a thing here in Queensland because we get a lot of floods. The whole time I was watching this, I was so anxious. My heart was racing and all the rest of it. Like, are they going to make it through? Because they were on the pump, right? And anybody who's here in Australia, you know what I'm talking about, when the water's flowing down to Lake Eyre. And so these guys are in the middle of the outback trying to get back to Birdsville, and like they had to go through and it started raining, they were getting bogged and all sorts of stuff. Like, it was just horrendous. And both Brendan and I looked at him, I'm like, I don't want to do that, right? I don't want to do that sort of stuff. He goes, I don't want to do that sort of stuff either. That just looks like hard work. But they were having the best time. Like, they were really anxious, but having the best time. And so we've been watching a bit of that as well. It was so funny. Like I was just thinking, I should send these to Coda, because this will give him an idea of how vast our country is and how quick it can change. Like, in a 10-hour period, it can change. So yeah. All right, where's my mouse? I've got some. Yes, beach combing. I think of all the pretty driftwood. I'll be doing some of that sort of stuff as well, collecting some and doing videos about it as well. I've always wanted to do that. There's some beautiful things that you can do, and if you get the right piece, you can actually turn them into some beautiful centerpieces for your tables and stuff like that. So yeah. Okay, just had a nap and woke up. Thought it would be longer. 2 hours, not bad. That's not bad. You haven't wasted the whole. Not that it's a wasted day when you're sleeping, especially if you're really tired. So yeah, that's cool. That's cool, Kiani. That you've only had a short nap today. Oh, no. We're just on our second 45-minute sprint. We've got 20 minutes left of it. So grab out your colouring in, perhaps, or your diamond painting. Do a bit of that. So yeah, but we've been watching those sort of things, and that's when we sort of decided that, you know what, we've wanted to do this for a while. And we've been watching some Asian excursions that have been happening, not excursions, but they're biking around Asian countries and different places. And we also want to do that as well. And the reason that we're starting to do it now is because it comes back to Brendan's back and his, whether he's going to be able to do it or not. So that's what I said to him the other day. You know what? I would rather be broke and have no money on that, or very minimal money, than have you broken and you not to be enjoying your life. And we need to do it now. And he goes, I agree. So that's why we've got to the point we're at now. Like, we don't have a superannuation because we've been self-employed and we haven't even thought about that. So like, it's not as if we can retire anyway. We're still going to have to work, but we're looking at just working in the winter months here, and basically traveling in the spring, summer, and autumn. So we come back once the weather starts to turn cold. We come back and we just work our little butts off, and which would be me, doing videos and all that sort of stuff, and then basically just drip feeding them, doing a couple of videos a week. So while I'm away, they still come in and drop down and all that sort of stuff. So it'll make it easier. And that's what I'm supposed to be doing now. Have I done it yet? No, I have not. That's such a kind and lovely thing to say, Nicole. What did I say? Say lots of things. Oh my God, I remember as a kid driving up sand dunes with my dad, praying to God for the four-wheel drive not to tip over. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of four-wheel driving. I have done beach four-wheel driving before, but I'm not a fan of dune driving. I've seen way too many accidents happen, and it scares the shit out of me, to be honest. Question is, was it a good nap? Any nap's a good nap, right? I mean, yeah, it served its purpose so I can sprint later. To my husband, yeah. He does. He needs to, like, he's looked after us all this time. So when my husband and I got together, we were working together, and then we had kids. So he decided to go away and work. And basically, I was to stay home and look after the kids. So I'm a traditional wife, right? Trad wife. And so, now it's time for him to do some stuff. Like, all the kids are old enough, they're stable enough, they've got their stuff together. So getting Savannah back home here was the best thing that we ever did, because that means that it saves us a few $100s a month on rent as well. And so that means that Brendan could slow down. And that when that happened, we decided that we needed to slow him right down. And so that's where we're at right now. And I think it needs to happen because, like, and as I said to him, I said, how many guys do you know, Brendan? Just think about it right now. How many guys do you know that have retired at 65 or 70, and within a couple of years, they've not been able to do anything because their bodies failed them, or the worst case scenario is they've passed away? And he goes, yeah. I said, I would rather, and that's when I said, I would rather eat baked beans, and like, baked beans to him is like the worst thing you could eat, right? I said, I would rather eat baked beans and be able to spend time with you and travel with you than, and be broke and have no money, than you not be here, or you be so broken that you can't do anything that you want to do anyway. So that's why we're making that decision. But as I said, we're going to be working through the winter months. We've definitely worked on that, because we need to still do that. And we're going to do everything we can. I think he'll be a bit better with YouTube and stuff like that once I'm sort of over there, living over there, because I'm moving out of here after Savannah moves out. So we've just got to wait for Savannah to move in with Darvanalee, and then I can strip this place out, paint it, and move over to Brendan's place, and we'll rent this out. But the thing is, that's not going to be an income because we don't own this place yet. So yeah, there's that. And then that way we can then we can plan from there, right? So there's a lot of moving parts right now. So it will happen. We just don't know exactly when. We are going to go do a couple of trips. I think there was one in August, but I'm going to ask Brendan if we can hold off until September because I really want to get that diamond painting finished in August. He'll think it's a ridiculous reason, and if he's watching, he's probably rolling his eyes right now. But I need to get it finished. So hopefully I can do that. We've got a couple of big bills that we've still got to pay yet. So Savannah's uni and all that. I don't know if I'm going to move down to the other flowers down here today. I think I'm just going to be still working on the border. What's the time now? I've still got 3 hours, I guess. 3 45-minute stints. Yeah. Yeah, I should be able to get it done. Sorry, I just got distracted by my phone. Brendan sent me a video, so I don't know what that is. I'll have a look in the 15-minute break, which is in 15 minutes. So I like these reverse sprints a little bit better because I feel like crafting is something that is a very social thing, not like reading where you need it to be quiet. I feel like crafting is something that, yes, you need a break, you need to get up and stretch and all that sort of stuff. I forgot to bring the heater out. So I'll be doing that in the next one because it still hasn't moved. It's actually quite windy today, so it's quite drafty out here. Great in summer when, when it's hot and you get that nice cool southerly come in and it gets quite cool in here then, and it's a bit of a relief, but not so much in winter. So yeah. But I think there's a couple of places out west that we want to go and check out. I've been looking online. They seem like they might be a little bit, popular now because of the social medias and whatnot. But we'll play it by ear and see how it goes, whether we stay there or not. We might go out there for day trips and all that sort of stuff. But we'll see how we go with that. I've lost my mouse. There it is. That's good, Kiani. Yes. Well, I was going to read, but my Kindle needs charging. So I guess I will craft instead. That reminds me, my Kindle needs to be charged too. My next book's on there. I wish I could be a trad wife without the husband. Would take the pressure off of me finding work while being disabled. Yeah. I reckon that sucks that you've got proof that you cannot work and yet they're still trying to force you to go out to work. Like, who's like, no offense, Kiani, but like an employee, like an employer is going to go, well, I need someone that's going to be, able to stand on their feet or, whatnot. And that's going to be hard, like for you, so hard. I guess I have been using it too much. Your Kindle, yeah. I picked mine up yesterday and went, damn. I was going to move on to The Mysteries of Delpho, which was mentioned in Northanger Abbey, and it's on my Gothic reading list for this year. And I'm like, yeah, well, I won't be doing that. That's flat, like so flat that I can't even get it to do anything. So yeah, and I forgot to put it on charge. So that's why I ended up going to the other book, the Knock 'em Out series. But that's okay because I need to read that series too. So I'm actually looking forward to reading The Mysteries of Adolfo because Jane Austen, as I said, mentions it, and it's talked about quite a bit in Northanger Abbey. So yeah, I'm looking forward to reading it because I've got a feeling that it might have been Jane Austen, one of Jane Austen's favorite books. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know much about Jane Austen, like her personal life and stuff. I know her books, and that's about it. So yeah, that's all I really know is her books. Nothing really much about her. I know it's making me pull my hair out, and I get so disheartened when I send out so many applications because they make me, and the thing is I will never get because there isn't many seated positions around. No. Audi would probably be one that you could. I know that Audi's not the greatest place to work, but they at least let you sit down. But you've also got to be able to pack shelves and stuff there too. So that also makes it a bit difficult. And I know you're a determined little girl at times. And so, yeah, and I don't mean that offensively either, that you are a determined young lass. And so basically, I feel like you'd end up doing yourself a disservice by doing that because you will make your situation worse. Brendan's exactly the same though. Like there's certain things that he can do, but right now he can't do them because he'll just make his back worse. And hopefully you'll get someone that actually can see that and can help you get on disability, because you need to be on disability so you can, because that if you got on disability and it takes that stress away, that I applied and got told I was overqualified. Like, that's ridiculous. If you can do a job, like, how is it overqualification? Like, who cares? I hated that excuse when I was looking for work. I'd rather you just say, you know what, you're not suited to the job. Don't tell me that I'm overqualified, because if I was so overqualified, why don't I have a job? Like, it's a bit rough. But anyway, you've got us to keep you entertained and stop you from pulling too much of your hair out. I know it's super frustrating, hon. I feel for you. I really do. Super frustrating. I mean, it's bad enough that you already have to deal with them, let alone getting told that you've got to go look for work when you're in excruciating pain. Yeah, I got to like. When I decided that I was gonna, like, when we decided, it wasn't that I decided. When we decided that I was going to be the stay-at-home person because I couldn't earn as much as Brendan could, just because of my qualifications, and I was quite surprised when that whole trad wife put down thing happened. And I'm like, most of these people that are bagging out trad wives probably had a mother that was a trad wife. And there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with staying home and looking after your children and, taking care of a house and looking after your husband when he gets home from work, making sure he's got a hot meal because he's supplying you with money, a roof over your head, and all the things that you could want. I mean, I know that that's not the case for everybody, but that was my case. And I did work from home. I did the quilting and stuff like that, but I was always here for the kids, and I only worked during school hours. And I wouldn't have been able to do that if it hadn't have been for Brendan agreeing to me to stay home. And you know what? I don't care if I'm a kept woman or not. If he's looking after me and treating me with respect, and I'm being appreciative of the things that I do for him, and vice versa, then I don't see any problem with being a traditional wife. On that, in some aspects, it was probably like, in some aspects, not having to go out and look for work and stress about where the next dollar was coming from, or losing my job or anything like that. I'm all for it on that, because he has made my life a lot less stressful by allowing, and it's not even allowing, I can go out and get a job anytime I want, but giving me that option to stay at home and look after the kids. And not have to stress about going to get work, and not being stressed in the mornings, because obviously he would have helped me get the kids off to school and stuff. But if he's not here, and I've got to do that all on my own, that makes it even more stressful, right? So I'm all for it. And we even said that to Savannah, like if you, like you've gone to uni, you've got your degree and all that sort of stuff, because she was having a meltdown about becoming a teacher. We don't even care if you decide that you don't want to be a teacher and you want to get married and stay at home and look after your kids. We don't care. That you did what you wanted to do, and you know, you've got that to fall back on. And yeah, the only thing I say to my girls, don't be someone's plan B on that. You know, like if people drop you like a hot cake to go out and do stuff with their other friends, they're not real friends. They're just using you as a plan B. They're using you for when they've got nothing going on in their life as their entertainment. And that's what I've always said to the girls, don't be someone else's plan B. You're either top of the pops or not at all. On that, you can still be their acquaintance, but don't make them your best friend or whatnot. And that goes for guys as well. If you're going out with a guy and he says, oh, we're going to do this, but then his mates go, oh, we're going to the pub, and then he drops you like a hotcake, that, you know, or he plans everything else around you, and then when his plans fall through, then he decides to do something with you. No, ma'am. Do not be someone else's plan B. Do not spend your life waiting for someone. So yeah. Oh, look, we got all flowers along. We're right over to the corner. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'll be moving this before I know it. My hair already falls out with my meds, so thank you for keeping me sane enough not to pull the rest out. Of course we can't have you doing that. I'm thinking about all the things I could do to start using my skills and sell things or make things, or sell on Etsy or something to make my own job. You know what? Sometimes you've just got to do that. I so could have had used you as a mum growing up. Oh, that's such a sweet thing to say. Yanni, I'm always here, even if you need someone to talk to, you know that. That can vent all the things. I can't always fix everything, but I can give you some advice. You can take it, you can use it, you can not. That, but yeah. No, I don't think so either. You got beautiful hair. Let's not pull it out, hey? let's focus that energy on something else, shall we? But yeah, there's lots of stuff that you can do, Selena. Yeah. Yes, you've got the wisdom now. Yes. You know what? I didn't always have the answers either. Like, this is a lot of stuff that I've learnt along the way. But the one thing I will say to every woman out there, don't be someone's plan B. If you are not their queen, you are never going to be their queen at the start of their relationship. Like, you know, I've done my fair share of waiting and all the rest of it. So I'm actually talking from experience on that. So don't be someone else's plan B. If they can't make you a priority, they're never going to make you a priority, and you're not going to be able to change that about them. So you're better off making yourself, you know, the priority. And you can still look for a man and all that sort of stuff, because if that's what you're looking for, or a woman, or whatever partner you're looking for, they should, and you should be the same for them as well. You should never make them a plan B either. That you should be wholly and solely to one another. You should be to the point that Brennan and I are, where we have to make a conscious effort to engage with our friends because we're so comfortable with one another, right? That we forget that there's other people in the world. So we're terrible for it. So we have to make an effort to go and see our friends. But the biggest advice I can give any person looking for a partner, don't make them a plan B, and don't you be the plan B either. You should be your point. You should be your plan A, B, and C, and then it stops there. And I've always said that to my girls. That you should just, you know, you'll find the right guy. Don't rush into things. I've done my fair share of rushing into things, and you know, lust a lot of the time can look like love, and it's not necessarily love. You know, and it's also okay to, you know, not be very, very happy with your partner if they've done the wrong thing as well. Yeah, and I don't think that there's anything wrong with being a trad wife. I think if you're happy to do that and you're happy to look after your partner, and if that's the only way that you can show how to look after your partner, and show them gratitude and stuff like that, then there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. And these people that put it down drive me insane. Absolutely 100% drive me insane. It is not a bad thing. Not a bad thing at all. But thank you for the compliments, both Brianna and also Kiani. I appreciate that. You can also tell me to shut up too. That is why we are trying to do, that's what we're trying to do too, Kiani. Not just for me and the boys. Yeah. The boys too, yeah. Sometimes you got to do it. Like as I said to you the other day, Christina, I think I also said to you, Kiani, that I normally have a stockpile of bags. I've got 3. Like, I'm so behind with my stock fulfillment. And I'm looking at doing my designing and all that sort of stuff, getting that back up and running, and just doing what I can to bring in some extra cash and whatnot. That's why I do the videos on YouTube. It's all part of my business because I slowed down the quilting. Because like truck driving, quilting is not something that I can do forever and a day either, because it is quite labor intensive. If you've seen any of my daily vlogs on here, if you go back to the January ones, I think it was the beginning of last year, I was doing daily vlogs. I did that for about 3 months. And I was going to do it at the beginning of this year, but I forgot I was going to England, that I wouldn't be able to do that. But so yeah, I did daily vlogs. There's a video there of me setting up a quilt and what I do to the machine every time between quilts and stuff like that. And one of my in real life friends watched it and she's like, oh my God, I did not realize that that's how much exercise you did just to load a quilt. I said, that's just loading. And then I've probably got to stand there for 8 to 16 hours, depending on the size of the quilt. And then I've got to get under and then the quilt's in there. And then I've also, if there's a piece of fluff or something that's come off the quilt or the batting, I've got to get underneath that quilt without disturbing it or changing the trajectory of the machine and whatnot. So it's also not something that I can do forever and a day. So I've had to pivot in many ways to work out what I can do and what I can't. So I don't make a ton of money, but I have created some patterns in the past for a couple of bags. So I'm looking at doing that. So while I'm away, I'm going to be sketching out things, and then what I'll do when I get back, that's when I'll sit down at the computer and do all the design work and all that sort of thing. So I'm looking at doing that and getting my designs and then creating videos for those designs and then having them in my Etsy store. So right now I have one bag that I have had on there for, it'd have to be 6 years. It'd have to be 6 years. And I've got 4 videos to take you right through the whole making progress of the bag. So when you finish, you've got a finished bag, right? And I sell that pattern for $9. And I sell, some weeks I can sell 5, other weeks I might only sell 2, but consistently I sell at least 1 pattern a week. And so it just brings in a little bit of extra cash as well. And, it'll pay the internet or it'll pay some of the power bill or something like that. And as I say, every little bit helps. And you have to make a priority to do it. So I know where you're at, Christina, right now. You're trying to get everybody to get on board and doing it. You have to treat it like a job. This is what time we're starting. This is what time we're finishing, whether that's an hour or 2 hours or 3 hours. That's what you need to do. And with autism, getting a going regular job is very difficult. Yeah, because you've got so much more to deal with. So much more to deal with. So it does make it very hard. So yeah, I am yeah, and I'm looking to diversify a little bit with what I actually provide and whatnot. Oh, look at that. We've gone all the way over. I've just got 2 up this end now to do. So I'm just going to move my little. So I've got these 2 here to do, this one and this one, which I'm going to do in this Tennessee red, which I have some of that left over. So that's why I'm going to do it in that rather than start a new one. Is that it? No, that's it there. I should be able to get at least 1, maybe 2 out of this. I don't know. We'll see how we go. And then I'll see what else I've got left off over here. On that, so that's sort of where I'm at the moment. I'm trying to think of different things that I can add into my store. But designing is the one thing I can do. So I'm just looking at, and see, the thing is, Savannah's still going to be here and she can sew and follow patterns and all that sort of stuff. So I can always say to her, all right, I'm setting you through this pattern. Can you test it for me? And she can do that, you know, because everything's here. Just use whatever fabrics, just not my Liberty Tanner lawn. Like I'll show her where she can, and because it's not going to get shown in photos or anything like that, because when I do it, I will do that part. So yeah, so I'm working on pattern layout and all that sort of thing at the moment, and they're going to have videos with them, so they're probably going to be a little bit pricier, but they're passive income. Does that make sense? So yeah, I've got the skills there to do it, and like you, Kiani, I'm not utilizing those skills. So I'm like, I have done a little bit, but to be fair, I did lose my motivation, because I don't. Not only do I do like quilts, I do bag making. I've designed bags as well. I've just got to put them into, like, there's some that I've already made. I've just got to put them into a pattern, and then they're ready to go. I also do cross-stitch designing. I also do embroidery designing, and yeah, so I've just got to, and I've got to practice my drawing skills and all that sort of thing as well. So I've got to get that up to speed. But I can do basic outlines. I can do, you know, quotes and all that sort of stuff, and yeah, so I'm thinking that I need to start doing all this sort of stuff, and that's what I said to Brennan the other day. And it was funny because I put that intention out there, and then I think it was like I spoke to Brennan about it. I said, oh, I'm thinking of just getting right into my designing and just getting these things up and all the rest of it. And then I got an arc from a firm press, which I'm just grabbing, and from the ground up. So it is how to build a cult brand. So I said to him, well, that came in at the right time because we were talking about other stuff that we were looking at doing as well. So yeah, so that's going to be a lot of fun on that. All right, so I need to go to the loo, and the alarm has gone off. So we are going to set the 15-minute break, and then we will be back, but I need to check out what the time is first so I can change that. Banners, there we go. Edit, what is the time? All right, that is 11:45. All right, and we'll put that there. Christina says, my eldest tried the word for workforce and had lots of issues, but our youngest has to pace between tasks, so that won't work out there. Yeah, that's exactly right. All right, so we have a 15-minute break. We will be back at 11:40. Why have I got AM twice on there? That's funny. Let me just edit that. Hide, edit. We'll take that off. And we'll try that again. That's a bit better. All right, we'll be back in 15 minutes. So go grab your cuppa, have a break, get up and stretch a little bit, maybe go outside, take some 10 deep breaths into fresh air if it's not too cold where you are or hot. And yeah, just give yourself a really good stretch, and we'll see you in 15 minutes. Okay, we are back. All right. Just before we went to break, we were talking about doing some extra stuff, like to bring in extra income and stuff like that. So Christina was saying we need to just find something he can do that he can zone out for a while. Nice. Have you thought about polymer clay? He might enjoy that. I mean, I don't know your youngest that well, but he might enjoy like making figurines and stuff like that. So yeah. Our atmosphere is still yellow from the smoke coming down from Canada. Oh, yeah. There's some hectic things happening around the globe at the moment. Yesterday, after I got off stream, we had a storm. We never get storms, like thunderstorms at this time of year, ever. As long as I've lived here, I think maybe one other time, but it was closer to spring on that. So yeah, and it was purely because hot air hit cold air, and that's what started it, because it was rumbling and there was lightning and whatnot. It was really windy and it was very, very yellow. Like I sent pictures to Brendan and he's like, oh my God. And he was only 20 minutes away, but it was just like over our house. It was wild. Monique is awake. Welcome back. Glad you're awake. How was your nap? How are you feeling today? Jean's saying my condos or hallways smell like smoke. Yeah, they would. Terrible. I finished my assignment for last week. Nicely done. Nice. Oh gosh, Christina, please make sure that you are not breathing in too much smoke. As much as you can, Jean. Yes. Same as you. But it's not much you can do with it when you've got wildfires around. It's like Kiani, we've had them here. They get pretty hectic. All right. Let us get into our next crafty little sprint. That's going to take us to 12:30 or thereabouts, 12:35. We start that. We have a 15-minute break, and it should work out that I finish just before Kiani starts. That my fucking hands are so cold. It's very windy here today, which is making it a lot colder. So, like my jug, I boiled my jug, and I put the my house is super cold too. Like, this is probably the warmest place in the house right now. But anyway, or at the kitchen back door is probably the warmest because the sun's hitting there. But excuse me, I boiled the jug, poured the water in, and I'm like, it's not even hot. I can drink that straight away. Like, I just boiled the jug, so I stuck it in the microwave. Now it's scorching hot, so much so I can't even put my hands around it. It smells like bonfires are surrounding us, like we are at a campground or something. Now I have to start my assignment for tomorrow, says Jean. Wow, you're playing catch up, hun. That's always fun, isn't it? Right? Always a lot of fun. All right, let's start the time up. That's started. Let's stop wasting it by talking, and let's talk, but let me get into this. I'd like to get this top part done today, all the little flowers, and then I can concentrate on the leaves. Because it is a lighter thread that I'll be using, I'll probably do a jump thread because I can go from here up to there, and the same as when I get down to here. So it'll run along that thread, which is good. So yeah. Oh, my nose is starting to run again. I think my nose is just running because it's windy. I feel like we've got August winds early this year. That's how windy it is. The only difference is it's coming up from the south and it's bloody cold. The August winds come in from the west and it's warm. As soon as you feel that warmth on the breeze, you know that summer's coming. I love that. I go out there and stand in that, and it's just so good. So good. After, because my house is really cold. My houses in Australia are really cold. It's actually warmer to stand outside than it is to be indoors in winter. Try not to, Kiani, have the AC unit going and not cooling down that much. But it is Filtering the air a bit. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. That's what you want. All right, so I think what I might do is at the beginning of August on one of the crafty sprints, I might pull out one of my drawers of Whip Parade and of my whips and do a little bit of a whip parade, and might decide on some of the projects that I would like to do and start prioritizing some stuff. And see if I can't get some more stuff finished before the end of the year would be good. I'm not going to hold my breath though. I'm not going to rush it. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's no big deal. Got Sports Athletic Carnival happening today down the road at the school. You can always hear when the kids are getting in trouble because they've scampered off to an area they're not supposed to be in. You hear the principal go off ahead. All neighbourhood hears it. It's quite funny, actually. Oh, the naughty kids are at it again. The naughty kids are at it. All right. I have my scissors. There they are. All right. Might see what other colour I got going on here. Because I don't want to start a new thread if I don't need to start a new thread for this, because this colour gets used in something else. So I've got one over here, and there's a little bit of patch of hand cream there. Remember when the hand cream exploded, that sprint? There's still a little bit there. So yeah, anyway. We're not going to talk about that. All right, I've got one to do here. So let me just see what colours I've got that are loose threads. I might be able to get it out of this. It'll be tight, but I might be able to. Why not? All right, let me see. Where did I put my needle just then? I just had it in my hand. What did I do with it? There's the scissors. I hate it when I do that. I put a needle down. I'll find that in the back of my leg, I'm sure. I am pretty sure. There it is. I just found it. I'm pretty sure that that's where it'll end up, in the back of my leg, if I don't find it. That's what happens usually. It's not fun, I can assure you. It makes you jump up pretty quickly. Go of the thread. Sometimes the needle threader just needs to hold on to that thread for a little bit longer than it should. All right, we're going to probably do a little bit of thread chicken here, but we'll see how we go. Might just do the first part of it. I don't know why I just did that. Okay. Couldn't believe it when that cream went everywhere. That was so funny. Gave quite a number of people a really good chuckle. We'll see how we go, whether we get this whole thing done or not. But I've got to use that colour again, but I might have to finish this particular one off if I can't get it all done when I crack open some more of this. Because otherwise it just sits around and then it gets caught up in a little bit of a bundle, and then I've got to it'll end up looking like that. It's a bit of a hot mess right now. So yeah, I've got to fix all that up. I dropped my threads and they got all tangled, and I'm like, I am not doing that right now. We might not get it. We'll see how we go. Yeah, it's going to be hard pressed to get that done, but at least we got half of it done. So when I get some oil, that color is oilcloth. So when that comes out again, I will put that into there. So yeah, I'll remember that it's not there because I'll see it on that. And it's not unusual for that to happen in samplers where only half a flower is done. It's quite weird. And you try everything, because especially when it's a reproduction, so it's the same, like it's not inspiration, but it's the same pattern, but it's just been revamped, so you can stitch it, because you can't stitch it from the other from the sampler itself. There are companies out there that do reproduction samplers and stuff, so yeah, it's quite interesting. Bin's late today, geez. I feel like I've got a piece of hair in my mouth or something. Oh yay, whip parade. The hand cream, I know, was hilarious, right? Every time you look at that spot, you will remember. I will. I'm back. My car is getting a new battery. Rest in peace. Yeah, it's that time of the year when batteries need to get looked at. All right, so what is the next color that I'm going to be doing? So I'm going to be doing these little leaves on here, and I'm pretty sure they're all the same color. So let's have a look. Yes, they are. Oh no, they're not. Of course they're not. All right, so let me have a look. The circle is taupe. All right, let me get my threads. Where did the threads go? Oh, there in front of me. God, if that had been a snake, that would have bit me. All right, so I need putty. Is that one putty? I think that one's putty, isn't it? No, that's Casper. So I need putty. Oh, red rocks as the flowers down the side, so that's what that is. All right, there's the putty. You get that out. So we need that color. And the other color that we need is taupe, which gold, corn silk. Oh, there it is, taupe. It's like a greeny sort of color. So it's like a light green. It looks very similar to corn silk, I think it's called. Yeah. See, it looks corn silk is just a little bit darker. So see what I mean? Like being able to swap the colors out. Like that darker one is putty, but this yellow one has a bit of green in it. But this one is like a yellowy green too. So like they're very similar in color. So yeah. But anyway, we've got the taupe out, and that's all that we need for that. So I'm going to sit that there. Put the paper away. I can put that one away, and I've got to fix this one up as well. That's done. So I'll put that away. All right, now what have we got going on here? What have I done? That one, that one. So I'm up to this one. So that is taupe. So we're going to work with that one first, because yeah, so going across, we have taupe pretty much going all the way across for everything. The only one that we have that is different is this one down here. that one just there is the only one that's different. That's the same as these, so it's a bit darker. The ones that going, then that one's taupe, and then the ones towards the end are back to this colour here. So, all right. Okay, rightio then. All right, well, we're going to start with taupe first because that colour is pretty much all the way along here. And then the other colour is down the bottom. So I will just get stuck into the taupe and see how much we can get done. I might just set that there out of the way because I'm going to need a bit of that. I just thread up 2, maybe 3 needles because there's a fair bit to this, and these are only short strands, so that'll save me a bit of time. Okay, let's thread up my needles. That's one. Because I've got to do so much of this colour, I think it's easier if I just thread up all the needles, and I'll set them off to the side, and then that way I'm not going to be fluffing around. I can just keep going. Sometimes when I'm on camera I'll do that, like if I know that I'm going to have a lot of colour changes, I'll actually thread up a couple of needles with the different colours. Other times if I've got a lot of changes to it, like it'll be different colours. It'll just make it a lot easier for me. This one's uneven for some reason. All right. Okay, now what are we doing? We're doing a leaf. All right, let's just get the waist knot up here. Because I have, like, a lot of people don't like doing what I'm doing right now, where I'm doing the first leg with their fancy floss because it takes away the variegation. I agree with that to a certain degree, but because I'm just doing small motifs, the chances are I'm not going to get a huge variegation in it anyway. So I just sort of don't worry about it. And then there's the whole argument, oh, then you should have probably just used DMC. Well, I didn't like the color of the DMC. I like the variegation, the slight variegation that I get. And it's not until you're up close and personal that you see it anyway. And some people say it sort of muddies the coloring and all that sort of stuff. If you're going to have variegation, you're only going to see the top thread anyway. So yeah, that was a cool bird. Yeah, that was a currawong that just went past. Oh no, so I don't even hear him anymore, Jane. But I know that it was a currawong because I thought, oh gee, he's close. But in this particular thread, there's only very subtle variegation, so you don't really notice it. Like you can see it a little bit. This is the color I'm using, a little bit in the EFG, but yeah, for the most part, you won't see too much of it. I'm just listening to all the birds around. Most of the birds that are around today are currawongs and magpies. So I don't need to change threads because this is the same color. Yeah. Right, so what am I doing it on the third one across? Just looking at my chart to make sure I'm doing it right. Yep. And these ones I'm going to do one cross at a time because I'm going to do the jump stitch to the next one along this bottom one here. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. They go quick once you get into the swing of things. I'm pretty happy. Pretty happy this is going to be done soon. Okay, so now I've got to go down to here. So I'm going to do it is a large jump stitch, but it's going to run along that line, so it's going to be pretty much hidden. So I'm just going to jump it. And I've got to decide what crochet project I'm going to take away with me too. So I think I might take my summer top, because at least I can wear that and see how much I can get done while I'm away. Because there's moments there where I'll be sitting there and, like, yes, I'll be talking. I can talk to Brendan while I'm doing it. You know, when we're waiting for dinner to cook or something like that, or if we're just sitting out enjoying the sunset or whatever the case may be. I do have to get online and get some of the USB lights that I used to have. I've got one left, so I've got to get on, and they're quite portable. They still work. I've got two, but one of the clamps broke on one of them, so it's no good now. But they can be also used as like book lights and stuff as well. So and I'll order them and just leave them in the van, and then that way they're there. And I won't forget them, because you can't, like, I've got a light overhead at the moment that's giving me a bit more light. It should be a bit closer, but it blows the camera out, the image on the camera, so that's why I haven't got it up there. So anyway, I'm just unthreading my needle. Bang. I'll use that in a minute. I can hear some diamond doves now. It's so odd, like the different colors, and then on some they have exactly the same color. It's like, do I change it? But yeah, just the process, they say. They're so cute. I love it when it starts all coming together. It's so much fun. I know some people will look at this and go, oh my God, it's so boring. But it's not. All right. That did not want to go in there. Just had to double count there. I thought I had it in the wrong spot. No, that's in the right spot. No, it's not. No, it's in the right spot. My eyes going crazy. Nope, it's not in the right spot. It's one over. It's just a thread out. You could just barely see it, which was throwing everything else out. All right, let's fix that puppy. All right, that's better. Sometimes you can get just like a really thin thread and it'll throw it off. And if you don't notice it, it'll throw all your stitching off. So that's why I'm like, no, that doesn't look right. But problem solved. Ta-da! Having a hard time staying awake, Christina? Maybe it's time to go to sleep, my friend. It's getting late for you. Actually, really late. You've had early mornings and late nights and all the things, so maybe it's time to just have a nap and head off to bed. I don't know how you do it. But we do appreciate everything you do for us. Yeah. Right. Okay, so that one. That's that one. Let me cross that off. Lost my pencil. Where did it go? I had it here before. There it is. Oh, right up the back. All right, so just done that one. And so let me just open this up. So that's that one, and that one. Okay, so I've just done that as well. Right. So now I'm on. Oh, this is starting to fall apart. It's been well loved. All right, so now I'm on that one. So these are not the same color. So I'll have to finish here and then start up here. And then these ones are the same color until I get to this one. I think it's a different color. So yeah, and then that will be that top border done. And then I can start working on this bottom one. So yeah, all right. That's cool. Having your needles threaded already saves you so much time as far as stopping and starting. got 11 minutes left in this sprinty sprint, and then we'll have another break. These little scissors are getting blunt. I'm going to get another pair. They're so good. Like, tiny. They're so good. They get that, like, they still work. They're still great, but the tips have got a little bit blunt. And that's what I need when I'm doing the waist knot thing. I need to be able to have those working well. So yeah. All right. Oh, now, see, I don't have to thread a needle because I've got another one here. Oh. Makes life so much easier. Jean has said something. What has Jean had to say? Let's have a look. We've got magnifiers on, so yeah. Oh, you're going to try and make it until Kiani starts. What's the time now? 12:30. Yeah, so that's cool. Kiani wants to start a bit early as she can. That I'll try and finish up pretty quick because we're about to go into another break. I think we've got let me just have a look. I've got 8 minutes until the next break, and good luck going out to get some Tylenol. Wish me luck. Good luck, Jean. That. So yeah, I've just seen that message come through. I don't know that Just Kiwi's actually scheduled yet. So yeah, I think that with everything that's going on at her place right now, I don't think it's the furthest thing from her mind right now, I think. But we've still got a couple more days, so yeah. Oh, for tonight, I don't think Just Kiwi's doing stuff tonight. So yeah. Cool. We've got an hour and a half, yeah. Well, it's just gone on 12, and we're about to go into a 15-minute break, which will get us to 1. And then we'll do a 45-minute, and then that last break will be just the wrap up. So yeah, because I've got to go with Savannah down to Spotlight and get some stuff and whatnot with her. So there's also that. So what are you thinking of this piece so far? It's looking good. Like if you've been here every week, you've seen it grow. I know that there's a couple of weeks that I didn't work on it just to break it up a little bit, but this one is definitely going to be making an appearance every Thursday. And my cushion that I've been working on will make an appearance every Saturday. So it will be a bit earlier this week coming because I have Patreon sprints. So starting at 9 o'clock on Saturday morning. So I'll probably get up at 7 and go live at 7, 7:15 or 7 o'clock. I'll probably go live at 7 and then I'll go until 8:30, something like that. And then that way I can then scoot over and do reading sprints with my Patreons. Nope, that's not my needle. That's not my needle either. I've got all these needles sticking out of it. I'm like, nope, I don't need that one. Don't need that one. So yeah. One, two, three. It's actually that windy here today that the house is actually shaking. I'm like just listening to the wind and I'm like, oh, the house is actually moving. Brennan just sent me a picture. The cats caught themselves a bunny. They're a pest here before anybody goes, oh, they're an introduced species here and they cause a lot of problems. And so, yeah, so we don't mind that they hunt them. But, yeah, there's a one of the other kittens all found homes. So we've got a kitten still left over there that doesn't have a home. And, yeah, she has been a hunting. And she dragged in a bunny, which she probably had help from her mum, that dragged in a bunny that's bigger than her. Oh, my God. All right, so let me just make sure that what flower did I just do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's the one I just did. All right, so now I've got to go down to here. All right, so sorry, I've just got to work this out because there's all these flowers that have different colors and stuff, so I'm just making sure that I'm crossing off the right ones. So I've done that and I've just done that one. All right, okay. Okay, I'm down at this one now. I'll just move that across a bit. There we go, so you can see what I'm doing. It's amazing. Like when we started out, I'm like, yeah, we'll get this done and all that sort of stuff. So it's taken me pretty much all morning just to get this stuff done. Yeah, I've been talking and all that sort of stuff, but all right, the alarm has just gone off. We're going to take our break. I'll just get this firstly done. So when we come back, I can do the rest of the petals. The leaves, sorry. Buds. I'm not so sure what they are, but anyway, whatever these things are, that's what we're going to do. All right, let me take those magnifiers off so I don't crash. And we will be back in, we might just have a 10-minute break. That'll get us to 12:45. So let me just get to the banner, change, edit that to 12. Oh, get that off there. It changes everything to 12:45, and we'll show that, and we'll be back. Oh, that's not AM anymore. Let me just hide that. That's PM now. Let me change that to a P. Right. That's better. So we'll be back in 10 minutes for this one. I will just have a quick 10-minute break on that, and I'll see you all very, very soon. All right, we are back. Sorry, that took me a little bit longer. I had to quickly hang some washing out that before I forgot. So let me set the timer for the next sprinty sprint. And then we can get stuck into it. Start. Why does your motor need to be replaced? What did you do to it? Did you run it out of oil or something? Do let us know, Monique. That's to go from a flat battery to a replaced motor. That's a big leap on that. Is that what they told you? That's odd. Oh, I probably should check where I'm going to stitch this, right? So third one in, right. Probably helps if you check the chart, right, before you start stitching. Let me just move that from underneath there. Oh, my fingers are so gold. All right, so this is our final sprint that we'll be doing. We'll be wrapping up at the once the alarm goes off. And then I'm heading down Spotlight to do a little bit of shopping without even using my money. Going to get the get the backing for my quilt, which I'm super excited for. It's the first quilt that's ever been made just for me. I'm looking forward to it. And it's definitely going to go with the vibe of the next place that I'm going to be living in, which is good. I'm excited for that as well. Can't believe it's taken me nearly all morning to get just this stuff done. Like, yeah, I've had breaks and stuff like that, but I wouldn't have, even if I was just stitching off camera, I wouldn't have sat there, for 5 hours and just stitched straight for 5 hours. I would have got up and made coffee and done exactly what I'm doing right now anyway. So yeah, but you just don't realize how much is in each section that you've got to do. And of course, the longer you do it, the more tired you get too. But we will definitely get this border done. And then next week we'll work on the other one. And hopefully, I just unthreaded that at the back. Damn. Bugger. It's too small to rethread too. But next week I'll be further along because I'm going to be working on this a bit more than what I have been. So I'll get that bit out. Right. To thread a needle now. It's all the little finer details, like all these little bits and pieces that I'm putting in now, which I've just misplaced my bloody needle threader again. Where the heck did I put that? Okay, there's my scissors. There's that mouse. Stop here. No. Dang, lost me needle threader. All right, back in a second. I'm going to grab some more. This is why I keep that little thing on it, because otherwise I'd lose them all the time. They're so easy to lose. But I've got more up here, so. Right. Must have swiped it onto the floor or something. Oh yeah, there it is there on the floor. It was under my foot. No wonder I didn't see it. Alright, I have two now. Alright, I'll pop that away. See, alright. I've got an extra spare one up here now. I normally have a few. But can't see my little needle case down there. That's where they usually are. Right, just pop that there. Alright, now what have I got to do? Right, I'm changing pages again. I hate to think how many hours you're going to sink into the dragon one. Yeah, it'd be at least, it'd probably be 500-600 hours, if not more, into the dragon one. That, like, when you think about it, I've just spent nearly 4 times 45, whatever that works out to be. Even with the chatting and all that sort of stuff, that's, you know, like 5 hours, and I do that weekly. Like, so yeah, there's a lot of hours into it. That if I wasn't timing it, I probably wouldn't know that much about it. But yeah, it's pretty hectic how much goes into them. But it's a slow craft. Like, it's not something that you can rush. It's not something that you should rush either. So yeah, I don't care how long it takes me. It's just something that I'm enjoying doing, and that's all that matters. And I do enjoy doing them, so. All right, I'm up to this one now. I'm going to have a change of colour in a minute. So. Well, a friend of mine just finished a big one like the dragon. And she has spent the last 10 years working on that. Obviously, she hasn't worked on it every single day. But there are people out there that work on those projects every single day, and it takes them anywhere from a year. What the hell is going on there? It's supposed to be up one. Anywhere from a year to 18 months, depending on the size of it. And that's working on it every day. That's pretty much putting, 3 or 4 hours a day into it. So, yeah, you can spend a lot of time on the Heaven and Earth ones because they're full coverage. Some of these smaller ones you can spend, like this will probably be, I don't know, this will be close to 200 hours will probably go into this. I'm not a super fast stitcher either. So it doesn't bother me that I don't stitch fast either. Like, I don't care. I enjoy the fact that I've got it. I don't get into the back's got to be as good as the front. I'm not showing these pieces. I'm just working on them because I enjoy doing cross stitch on that. But I do want to get start with the printed ones. They're great. They're fine. There's nothing wrong with them. I had one here, but I gave it to a friend, and it was a sewing scene, and I want to get it another one and do it because I think it's very cute for my sewing room. But yeah, they do take a lot of work. They're not something that you're just going to do in 5 minutes. So if that's what you think when you get into cross stitch, think again, because that is a fool's errand right there. I actually think I know which one I'm going to work on after this one. It's called it's a blue flower one that I have. The design is blue flower, and it's when the moon came down. It's absolutely gorgeous on that. So I think I might work, because that I have put a lot of work into it. So I might pull that one out and work it, because that will also work for in Halloween as well. So sort of, not really, but I can stretch it. Can hear the willy wagtail out there calling to the female. A bit cloudy out there too today, just not great. It's not helping with the temperature. I was looking through some of my craft tools and stuff the other day, and I completely forgot that I got this engraving pen that you can use for on wood and stuff. So it works on ceramics, leather, metal, plastic, and wood, and glass as well. Engraves on most surfaces. So I'm going to see if I can't get some of these little boxes. I think Bunnings has these little wooden boxes, and play around with it on that. So yeah, but it comes with everything I need apparently, except for batteries, I think is the other one. But yeah, I forgot that I got this. I've had it there for so long, and it's just a pen. And it comes with some extra drill bits, like little engraving bits in it. And then you've got this one, which is like for, I guess, for colouring. And I'm pretty sure it's just battery operated. Close, open. Yeah, it just takes AAA batteries. I'd say that would be AAA batteries. So yeah. So I forgot that I had it. And so I'm going to get some batteries today and see if I can't. I'm going down to Spotlight. They're probably a bit expensive at Spotlight. I know that Bunnings has the boxes and stuff, and see what I can find and just play around with it. If not, I'll get on AliExpress and get some bookmarks or something along those lines. Of course, you know, once you open it, it doesn't ever want to go back in. Go in. What are you doing? Why are you not going in? Did I not tighten you up? No, I did not. There we go. Oh, that's closed. Always the way. You unpack something and never wants to go in. So yeah, so I forgot that I bought it ages ago. Like, it'd be at least 5 years ago. It requires 2 AA batteries, and I don't have any AA batteries here, so I've got to get some. So yeah, I thought that might be a good way to do some etching and stuff on some wood. So yeah, I'm going to play around with it. It's cordless, it's portable, it's battery powered. So yeah. And I did see on AliExpress that they had some bookmarks and stuff there. The other one that I forgot that I had as well was this wood burning kit. So I knew I had it, but I sort of forgot about it as well. So I've got this one. It's got 6 burning tips. And this is something that I also want to play around with. So it comes with all the bits and pieces that you need, including the instruction sheets, metal support stand, and then it's got 6 burning tools for use on natural and untreated wood. But there's other stuff that you've got to get for that, so it doesn't burn too far. So there's some of the things that I'm going to play around with in the next couple of months on that. So yeah, I know I don't need another craft. I know I don't need another craft, but I want another craft. So yeah. I thought I could make some little bookmarks and stuff as well. All right. Okay, so that is that one done. All right, so we just go straight across to here and here. And then there's ones at the bottom are different colours. All right. All right. Okay, so I've got the leaf down here to do, so I'll do that. Oops, nearly forgot me leaf. Silly, silly. Definitely would have been a good day to be curled up in bed. Sven's going really good at her job. She's really happy with it. That she seems to have fit in. She's doing openings and everything now. So she's more than capable. So they're not going to get someone that's not capable of doing an opening to do an opening or a closing for that matter. So she's done both now, which is good. But gee, they go through some stuff, and they like she started, and there's already 2 people leaving. I'm like, why are they going through? But I mean, one's leaving because they're having a baby. That's different. They'll come back. But another one's going to Sydney, and yeah. But it's weird. Like it's so yeah, they go through a bit. But she's having fun spending other people's money, that's for sure. She's been upselling them and all that sort of stuff. So she's never done sales. Like she's done like worked in retail, but not sales as such. She's not working on commission though. She gets an hourly rate, so that's good. So even if she doesn't sell anything, she still gets paid for her time there. Because they don't do commission there, apparently. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. All right. She goes, if I was doing commission, she goes, I'll be making bank. That's it. All right. Now, where did I just put my thread? It was just here. There it is. Can't wait to get my big diamond painting finished. I'm actually getting really excited about doing the big one, the big Heaven and Earth one next year. Like it's going to take me, I don't know if I can get it done in a year, but I'm going to give it a red hot bash. It's pretty big. I reckon it's probably going to be closer. Oh, where's it going? There's a lot of comments that just come in. I hate to think how many the dragon one. Yeah, exactly. That's why I want to get started, but I'm going to buy the printed ones first. Yeah. How fitting with our book club. Yeah. I want one. Oh, Christina. That's what you needed. Yes. I don't even know where I got it from. Would have been so handy. Yeah. I didn't see your crafts, what you did, so I'm not too sure what you're talking about there, but Savannah's just got home. Oh, across the road has anyway. Is this one? No, it must have been just someone pulling up over across the road. Getting very close to the bar here, and it's very, very difficult to get your hands in and get things done. Get rid of that. What's the time? She should be finished. But she wouldn't be home yet, surely. No, she would have finished 10 minutes ago. All right. I'm sure she'll scare the bejesus out of me when she comes in. She usually doesn't know how to open a door very quietly, that one. It's like, rip the door off its hinges. Only with this door here. I think because you've got to throw your body weight into it because it gets stuck, especially when it's cold. Can you hear the wind? It's very breezy here today. Very breezy. All right. 3 in. All right. Oh, yeah, I've got a leaf down there too. All right, cool. Oh, and that's why I've got that there. It's a different color that's going down. All right, sweet. So I'm just looking at the chart, making sure that I've got the right colors and going in the right places. I think I might have a chicken wrap for breakfast, for lunch today. It sounds like something tasty. With avocado, maybe. A bit peckish. Brendan's had to go over to Oki. which is about an hour and a half away. So he left just before the first break. So he'll be home by the time I get over there. Give or take half an hour. I had this Indian food for dinner last night. We got it from Costco. And Brendan was going to have it. And I seen it had medium heat. And I'm like, I don't know whether you'll be able to eat this, Red. I mean, medium heat in Indian food is usually pretty spicy for an Englishman such as yourself. This is what I thought to myself. I didn't say that to him. Yeah. And Savannah eats a lot of spicy food too, as well as I do. And even she struggled with it last night. Like, it was pretty hot. I didn't struggle with it. Like, I actually enjoyed it. It was it had a bit of heat to it, but there's no way that Brendan would have been able to eat it. Been way too spicy. Would have blistered his lips, I reckon. But it was nice. It had some pastry sort of ones in there. What do they call samosas? Some onion fritters. Had the naan bread. It had a lentil curry, and then it had a cheese curry, milk curry. And what else did it have? Some chutney and some rice and everything. It was for 2 people. And it was really filling it, but it was super nice too. Like, it was quite flavoursome. Because sometimes, like, you get frozen stuff and it's not that great. But this wasn't too bad. I was pretty happy with what we got. I mean, would I buy it again? Probably not. Because if I'm the only person that can eat it, that's a lot of food. And I don't know that it'd be okay to heat up the next day. Because, I don't think it'd be the same. It'd be a little bit, I don't know, average, I think. Whereas eating it in the one day, it'd be nice. And it was $20 for the box, which is cheap. I don't think it was cheap. Was it? I think it was cheaper than that. I think it was $5 off or something. So it might have been $15. Yeah, I'm hungry too, but I'm not sure what I feel like. I might heat up some pumpkin soup. Oh, that sounds good. On that, Savannah's spewing because she missed out on pumpkin season here, because we have a lot of farmers that grow pumpkins around us. Not the pumpkins that you can, carve out and stuff. Like, they're proper eating pumpkins. I know those ones are too, but they're not like the ones you get in the United States. They're called Jap pumpkins around here, or Queensland blue are the ones that we get. And they make really good soup. So, and she was spewing because she moved back after the harvest, so there wasn't any cheap pumpkins around. So I said, well, if you see some, grab it and I'll make it. So, but she's missed the season, unfortunately for her. So now she's going to have to wait. She doesn't like any other pumpkin soup except for mine. And mine's got like a lot of Middle Eastern flavors in it. So it's got like cumin or whatever. My family always called it cumin. So cumin, and it's also got some potato in it as well. And what else do I have in it? Ginger, garlic, all that sort of stuff. So it's got a lot of different flavors in it. And she absolutely loves it. And it's a hit at any of my sewing retreats as well. A lot of people will get very excited when they see it on the menu. How many is that across 3? I'm going to do a jump stitch here. I don't want to, but it's only a little ways. I don't know what route the garbage man's doing today, but he seems to be all over the neighbourhood. Well, what's going on with him? It's being a bit crazy. Right. Oh, crap. Hit the camera. Take myself out with the camera. I could smash some soup. Yeah. I put most of that in mine, but use sweet potato instead of potato. Yeah. It's quite spicy, the one that I do, so that's why she likes it. She's home. I just heard the gate. I make a massive pot of it when I do do sewing retreats, and oh my god, it just gets devoured. Hello.
Hi.
What's going on?
Nothing.
Still live streaming.
Cool. I can talk about this one then. I think you may have a new quilting customer.
Oh, okay. Yep. Cool.
She came in today and we had a chat.
Oh, okay, cool. What was her name? She's probably already a customer.
I can't remember her name, but apparently she was told by someone in town that you don't do long arm.
Oh, let me guess who that was.
Yeah, exactly who you're thinking.
Yeah.
She doesn't like her. So.
Okay. Yeah, I get a lot of those ones. That.
But yeah.
And how long has she been wanting to get stuff done?
A while. So I gave her your phone number, your name,
yep,
and your YouTube.
Okay, cool.
So you might get a call about that.
Okay, cool.
With me networking for you.
Well, look at you go, eh?
Oh, I'm meant to be selling bags.
Cool, that's okay.
But yeah.
Cool, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. Benefits me too.
Yep. Cool.
I still would have done it even if it didn't. Yeah. Anyway, come get me when you're done.
Yep, I will. This is my last one, so I'll be rapid.
Hi to everyone.
Savannah says hello, everybody. They all say hello back on, no doubt, but after you've left, so yeah.
Cool. I'll be inside.
No worries. No worries. People are unbelievable in this town, I swear. See what I mean? Like, it's not me making it up. People tell, like, I've got a long arm machine here. I've been quilting since 2009 in this town, and there are still one particular person that keeps telling everybody that I don't do it anymore, that I do not long arm. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. And it's just rude, right? Oh, I'm playing thread tricking, everybody. I've got 3 stitches to go. No, it's not going to happen. I'm going to have to flip that over to do it. All right, I'm going to have to flip that over on that. And that's just ridiculous. I've got to do 3 little stitches. Damn. Oh, maybe I've got a little bit here. No, I don't. Oh, is that it? No, that's corn silk. But I do have some of the other one that I need. Over in this little rubble, I think. No, that's a bit darker. All right, so got to thread the needle for 3 stitches. It's just ridiculous. Yeah. Where are we up to? Hi. Who's starting? Oh, it's just a % off item. Yeah. I know, right? It's insane that she's still like that. Like, how insecure are you in your business that you have to do that? Like, I work from my house, for crying out loud. Like, I'm not taking any... It just annoys me. They will win, but it's not about that. It's pride. They grow up. Yeah. Some people have way too much time on their hands. Exactly. It's just very frustrating that, because I don't do it to them at all. I don't have time to do it. That. So I'm like, I don't really care. Right, that is a completely different color. However, this might be closer to it. Yes, I just found some. I don't have to pull out. I just found some. Yes. in that little pile of rubble that I showed you before. It's annoying. It's more than anything, it's just annoying, but I'm not going to let it get to me. Savannah is out and about in town now. She'll sort them all out. Oh, no, so yeah. But I can't say that it hasn't affected my business, because it has. But soon I'll be in a different location anyway. I'll put a big dirty sign on the highway. That'll fix their little red wagon. Which is what I'm going to do in winter. Once I'm all set up over there. It'll be a good 18 months to 2 years before I'm set up over in Nanango, though. But once I'm over there, oh boy. And Nanango's before Kingaroy, so oh my lord. I can hear them all now. So yeah. Anyway, it is what it is. What can you do? People are going to be people, and there's always going to be people like that. And I learned a very long time ago that there is no point in worrying about it. But in saying that, I have struggled with it. I'm not saying that I just don't understand why. Like, why would you do that? Like, there's plenty of room for everybody. There's no need to do that. So yeah. And at the end of the day, I'm about to go traveling with my partner and stuff anyway, so whatever. But when I come back in the winter months, I'll definitely be putting the sign out the front and taking in quilts and stuff, because I'll have time to do that. All right, that's it. That's all I needed that for. So I'm going to leave that up there, and I'll thread that through the back because that'll be easier. But I can get rid of this little knot now. And that, so yeah. My life's great. Like, their life must be pretty shit, right? Let me just take those off because they keep falling. Got to tighten them up. It should start a that'll get back at you for sure. That's it. Stick Savannah on them, and probably spelt that wrong. No, that's right. That's exactly right. That's how she spells it. And your fancy kids' names. So, yeah, sorry. Savannah is actually Savannah. It's when you pronounce it in Europe, like in the Europe countries. It's Savannah, not Savannah, but Aussies are Aussies and they pronounce it Savannah. So sometimes when she was in class, a teacher will come in and go, Savannah, and she go, yes, because she knows her name's supposed to be pronounced that way, because I've told her that. And all her friends are like, why did you answer that? She goes, because that's how my name is supposed to be pronounced. That. And Nerali, some people say Neroli. It's like, no, that's Nerali. And of course, Dharma Jane. And so yeah, they've all got special names and whatnot. So yeah, but I need to change the color now to Party. What's up, hon? Oh, okay. Like, oh, she came out to say something and left again. We're doing that again today, are we? All right, we're working with some putty, so I should get these ones done. Because what was on that? That must be putty too. I'm on two different pages right now, so that's why I keep flicking backwards and forwards and seem unsure of what I'm doing. All right, so they're all putty. Sweet. All right, so I'll leave that open and get my putty. Where is that? That is it here. Do I have any putty over here? Oh, I might. Yep. Look at that. I can get some more out of that rubble. Is that the same colour? No, it's not. I thought it was. It is not. It is not. Alas. Hello, Corey. How are you? Thank you for being here. Thanks for dropping by. We're just about to finish up, hon. The alarm is about to go off in a couple of minutes. in about 5 minutes, but I am trying to get this top border done, and I think I will get it done before we wrap up today. And then next week I can start stitching this down here and do these ones, because these are all just flower heads. So I was hoping to get them done today, but apparently I'm not stitching too fast today. But there was a lot. We got a lot done because there was no flower heads on that. There was no leaves on that. There was no little whatever buds they are or something, thorns maybe. I don't know what they are. But anyway, whatever these things are, we've got them all done. We've had a lot of change of threads, all that sort of stuff. So invite the woman to a book group reading. Tell me everything. That'd be funny. That would be funny. Thank you for hugging the like button. I appreciate it. That'll really get her. Christine's saying, hi, Corey. Still up. Selena's asking how the event was, Corey. Kiani, is this streaming in 30 minutes? That is correct. And Corey just got home. It was good. She was so sweet and funny. Awesome. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. YouTube is a mess today. Yeah. It is just a hot mess today. So I think my kids just spin out the vindictiveness of some of the people around here. So, which is good because they've seen how I react to it, because I'm pretty non-reactive, as you just heard. I'm like, oh yeah, that again, that old chestnut. As I said, I don't mind if they do it. It says more about them than it does about me. So, yeah, I just sort of try not to worry about it too much, to be honest. All right, where are we going? 3 across. I'll probably help if I put the right glasses on. I'll be able to see what I'm stitching. So, yeah. Oh, look at that. I can actually see the crosses. End of lunch. Just move that because that's going to get in a hot mess if I don't. I know the alarm's about to go off, but I'm not going to worry about having a break or anything. We'll just I'll keep stitching until I'm ready to wrap up, because we'll get this whole top border finished then. I do stitch a little bit faster when I'm not live streaming, because I'm just sitting there stitching and nothing's really distracting me. But I don't mind doing it on live stream too, because it keeps me motivated. Like, I probably would have stopped after a couple of hours and then just went on and done something else. But I might actually leave this up out here. Oh no, tomorrow I'm going to do some filming and some diamond painting stuff tomorrow. And some editing and whatnot. So I might end up streaming from here, and then I've got the other computer to use for editing and stuff. So, because tomorrow is Friday. Woo-hoo, Friday. That means that the weekend's coming up. It's almost drinking day. I drive too much during the weekday to have drinks, so I don't drink anything. And then on Saturdays, we have a nice dinner, and I have a couple of gins on Saturday night, and that's it for the week. Yeah. It's quite nice. It's nice and relaxing. We usually watch a movie or something like that, because everybody knows sort of like just to leave us alone, and the phones don't ring and all that sort of thing as well. So. And then on Sunday night we have dinner. The girls come over and we have dinner and stuff. So it's good. It's a lot of fun for the weekend. Just some family time. What do you guys do on the weekend? What do you get up to? Do you just sort of keep doing what you do during the week, or do you go and do something with friends, or what's that? Let us know. All right, so I'm going to have to... I might want to do a jump stitch on this one because this will be too big of a jump stitch, but I will finish it off though. I like these reverse sprints for the crafting channel for sure. They seem to work better. Right, what have we got over here? We've got another 3. I'm so glad I got this top border done. I'm looking forward to August to getting the diamond painting done. I'm so excited for it. I've just got to work out how I'm going to set everything up because I'll have to move stuff and have some lights in there and all that sort of thing because my daylight actually shorted out. So I've got to take that to the electrician to get sorted out. And I don't know I've got the money to do that just yet. So I've got to work out how I'm going to do it. I may end up just coming out here and doing it out here because all the lights are set up and just drape it over the table rather than be in at the diamond painting table because it's, as I said, the daylight in there it got shorted out. The cats knocked a vase over and the water went on it. Luckily I was home when it happened and the water went on it, and I could probably plug it in and it'll be fine now, but at the time the light was still working, but I just unplugged it because it set the safety switch off because we got a safety switch, so no power was going to it, so I could unplug it. But it did smoke a little bit before the safety switch went off, before it was triggered. So I'm not exactly sure how much time that water was on it. So there's that. So yeah. So I need to have an electrician look at it because it's a good light. It's a floor lamp. But I can always move this. I've got this lamp here that's above me up here. I can always move that into there and that'll help. There's just no overhead light in that room, so I have to rely on lamps. All right, we are getting very close. I've got another 16 stitches to do before we can wrap up today. So next week, if I haven't done any on the stitching on this, the spot where you can't see right now because I need to move it over, I'll be coming down here with a different color and going as far down as I can. So we'll be doing that next week. That's if I don't get any stitches in it during the week, and I'm hoping to. I think I just need to go to bed an hour earlier and set the alarm to get up, and then I'll get into the habit of getting up. Once summer comes, I just wake up anyway. So. Dogs are going off in the other street. Oops. They all sound like little yappy ones too. All right, now this is going to be the fun bit. What have we got? Down the third one. This is the tricky part. I've got all the fabric rolled up here, so I've got to make sure that I'm not catching that fabric. So I've got my hand underneath it, making sure that it's not anywhere near where I'm stitching. All right, where's the next one? All right, so we are going to be ready to stitch this border down. Down this side next week, and then we'll have a few little roses to do on it, which are all one color, thankfully. And I won't have to stop and start because there is ample space. There's enough coverage to do the little jump stitches because they're pretty close together. But there's only 2, maybe 3 stitches on the diagonal, so it should be okay. Most of it, yeah, there'll only be 2 little squares that you'll be able to see. So that's good. And this is our last little bud that we're doing today here, which is good. And that means that our top border is now fully complete. We've just got a little bit to do on the other side where I only did that half flower, but I will get that sorted. Most definitely. All right, well, today's live stream was a little bit better than last week's live stream. We won't have to unlist this one, thankfully. All right, there we go. That is done. And then I can continue on. All right, there we go. We are done. Woohoo! Thankfully, we got that all done today. All right. So there we go. Our top row is all sorted. Nicely done. Look at that. Looks good. So we just got that half flower to do on that one, which I will go through that rubble and see if I can't find something to match that, so I don't have to pull out a whole thing, but it's done. So next week we'll be working on this side. So I might have to sort out the fabric on this side so you can see it's all bunched up. But this one's going to be pretty easy. So it's just a change of color and it's a zigzag all the way down. And then it's got a couple of roses and then I've got these roses. So that's what we're going to work on next week if I don't get it done during the week. But it's done. Yay! Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate all the compliments for my work. So yeah. What are we up to? Remember all right, where are we up to? Oh geez, there's a lot going on here. Wow, you all had a lot of chatting while I was not looking. All right, so she was funny. That I forgot about that. Why did YouTube post that twice? This is Kiani's stream. That's where we're heading to in just a moment, in about 20 minutes. As someone who has had to look away because of work and just got back at your design, you've done heaps. Yeah, it doesn't seem like I've done a lot, but once you look at the whole thing, like I've done all across here today, that is a lot of stitches. Because in each of those little buds of so in all the flowers there's 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 17, 20 stitches just in that there, and these have 17. So we've done pretty much 37 stitches on each one of these little bits and pieces. So yeah, so that's a lot of stitching. It's not a lot of stitching in the scheme of time, and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. Well, we love you, girlfriend. Thank you. Because the first one was a help for review, Chris. Small towns can be so fickle. I know, right? And appreciate all the content you are getting and putting out. Thank you. I appreciate it. But the thing is, most people around town would know that she is a bad mouther and not you. So she does herself a disservice. That's exactly right. No, so yeah, no wonder she ain't in business no more. Oh no, she's still in business. She's still got a business. But she just, I don't know why, she's just always had for lack of a better term, a hard on for me. And doesn't like anything to do. Even YouTube didn't want me to mention those books, Christina. They didn't want me to remember them. I'm always around the house. I never leave. Right now, boys have soccer, and I'm half if I can go. I want to go, but with my back flaring this week, it's probably not a good idea. No, I don't think it's a good idea either. I want to visit my sisters or have them, but we will see. That's fair. Same, Kiani. Same. When I colour in, it'll be fun. So fun to join. Nice. 30 minutes. All the laughing happening. Got some fabric ironed and got ready for bed, nicely done, and now to feed the dogs. It's looking good. Thank you so much. It's looking gorgeous, says Jean. Thank you so much. I appreciate all the compliments. I must admit, it's easier to breathe on the ground level than higher up. I go, it's worst. Wish I lived on the first floor. Thanks. No worries. Have a beautiful day. You too. Have a wonderful sleep. It's so beautiful. I can't wait to see it done. Yeah, it's going to look amazing. That once it's done, like they just come alive. They're absolutely stunning. Thanks for hosting, Spritz. No worries. Maybe she has a crush on me. Maybe. No thanks, ma'am. I'll pass. By the way, the Australian author Kate Kerr is in my writing group. Yes, I did see that. Yeah, the air quality sucks at the moment for Jane. So yeah, but with that, I'm going to bid you all farewell. You're going to head over to Kiani's next. Kiani is starting in 13 minutes. Or maybe sooner, who knows. Kiani might do that. I'm going to duck down to Spotlight with Savannah. She is waiting in the wings for me to get ready to go. And no doubt she's probably right near the door, waiting, lurking on all the things. But thank you so much, everybody, for being here today. I really do appreciate it. Of course, I'm back tomorrow on Dusty Book Sniffers, and I will be talking all things books over there for sure. And Brianna says, thanks for hosting, Nicole. It was fun to craft along with you and keep me productive. Nice. I'm glad you were nice and productive today. That is awesome. We love to hear it. We'll be back again at the same time next week. So make sure that you subscribe to the channel. Hit that like button before you head out. And of course, share this stream with some of your friends that might be interested in crafting as well. And that way we can keep this party getting bigger and bigger. Thanks for keeping me company today, Nicole. I'll see you all later. Of course, Keanu's going to keep you all company going forward. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here and all the wonderful compliments and whatnot, and keeping me company and productive as well. Have a wonderful day, and I'll see you all in the next video. Bye.